It's 42 north, 73 south, 85 west.
I know your IP address.
Latitude and longitude. Doxing.
I don't need to dox you. You did that yourself.
The cool thing is, like, one thing that I finally learned is, like, when you're an adult and you make your own grown-up money, things happen. You can make things happen. That's insane. Like, growing up, my parents always, like, scheduled the events and stuff, and I was just dragged along for the ride, the whole time. But now I'm doing the event planning and all that stuff, and the itinerary making and the all that fun stuff.
Now you're my parent.
I can make shit happen, dude. Like, for instance, I'll give an example. I'm streaming from my car, as everyone probably knows, and it's hot as hell out here. But I could probably buy like a cooling unit that goes like out the window for cars, and then I could probably get like a desk little setup thing built for myself if I just have the money. Mm-hmm. You have money, you do shit. That's awesome. Money is awesome. I love money. I love getting money. I love making money. Saving money,
I love money.
Now
money.
Now I see why corporations do the shit that they do. If I were a corporation, I'd be like, hell, like, people just throw money at me for garbage? I'm just going to make more garbage. Now I kind of see it, It's the corporate greed. We're in the back car now.
On my end, I'm just so happy to have university over with.
Oh, yeah, you graduated! Congratulations!
Well, I haven't graduated yet. I've submitted my work to be marked.
Oh,
for the last time.
Yeah, you submitted your work. You did it. It's off your shoulders. Now you can just drop your shoulders and just...
Neither do
How does it feel, Shiny? How does that feel?
See if I can find a weakness.
I'll open it.
Not as relaxing as I'd hoped it'd be.
Why?
I don't know, because there's still like 1,000 other things to be worried about.
Yeah, your mind's still offloading.
Like getting a job, how I'm going to achieve like certain things that I want to achieve still,
There's the tank.
This is the month of celebration and of plenty. It's amazing. Taylor Swift greater than Disney, SW, and MCU, and Doctor Who says, hello, what's going on? With just emojis, but that's how I interpret it. How's it going? Taylor Swift is greater than Disney, SW, MCU, and Doctor Who. Great to see you.
Scan. Now I need to scan the sides. I've already analyzed this section.
You know what? I'm just gonna call you Taylor Swift. No, actually, Taylor Swift is great. All right, I'm just gonna call you Disney. How about that?
I've already analyzed.
Hang on 1 second, please.
Gonna call you Diz. What a name.
That's the right side scan. I just need to scan the left side.
Get up, go over here, tank.
This section's already been analyzed.
Okay, I've done the right side. I've done the back. What do you want me to do? Stand in front of his fucking gun?
The Cobra drone has enough firepower to rip the Batmobile to shreds in just a few shots. And its armor is too thick for my weaponry to penetrate head on. However, there is a weakness. The drone's rear exhaust port leads straight to the power core.
Does it really?
One well-placed shot with the Batmobile's 60mm cannon should take it out.
That sounds like they created the dumbest tank ever of all time. Because whenever you're designing a tank, you always just want to make it with, one weak spot that can easily be exploited. I don't know, maybe the Russians designed it, who knows? They love creating tanks with weak spots. Actually, the entire tank, I suppose, is a weak spot with a Russian tank. You are the weak spot.
Okay, I'm back. Got some crazy stuff going on in the background here. I just love this. This is so fun. I did a lot of planning today, and then I cleaned my chinchilla cage, and it took me a lot longer than I thought it was, and I lost track of time, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're supposed to be streaming. And then I packed it all up, I inhaled my dinner and I came over here and yeah, crazy stuff.
Cobra Scout destroyed. Impossible.
How's your day been, Shiny?
He's using the armor was impenetrable.
I went into uni. I helped mate for a bit with his work and cleaned up my report for my work, and then I handed it in.
Nice.
Pretty what I did today.
Mr. Wayne,
Also packed up a few more things as well.
Oh yeah,
The Batmobile upgrade you requested is ready for
Because
looks like we
I'm
both
going
have
back
pretty successful days.
tomorrow. I'm going back home. But there's
Thanks, Lucius.
oh yeah, I also submitted my work as well for a competition. A competition I'm surely going to lose because I've seen who I'm competing against. Man, I'm fucked.
Oh gosh.
Like there's some intensive like CGI creature sculpts that people have made. Like I don't know, I can't compete against that.
Jeez.
It's like okay, it's not just like students. It's like kind of indie people in general. That's like a kind of against.
Oh, so it's like an indie. It's a whole indie competition.
Yeah, it's people who aren't in the industry competing for like stuff like that, and you basically it's only open to people who aren't industry professionals, so anyone
Yeah.
can do it.
Weapons generator Mark 3 allows the user to overcharge.
I gotcha.
Increasing their risk.
This is wild. I'm in my car and I'm looking under the pedal, and there's a singular cigarette butt under the gas pedal. Why is there a singular cigarette butt underneath the gas
A singular butt.
pedal? Right.
What it must be to have a problem to have a singular butt.
Just a singular cigarette butt. Like, I don't smoke.
So just
How
a
did that
butt.
get there?
So what? We gotta listen to Scarecrow lecture us all
It's like
night?
randomly finding a freaking, what is it, meth syringe in your house, like in your bedroom, and it's like, wait, I don't do meth. You know, like,
Before I drop off.
Ah, yes, the relatable situation we all find ourselves in.
you know, British people and their drugs.
No, that's Scottish people.
Oh yeah, Scottish people and their drugs.
Scottish people on their heroin.
How are they getting drugs when all the cocaine's in Mexico?
That's because all their heroin's in Scotland.
Oh, okay. Scottish heroin. How the fuck do you make heroin? I know you make meth. I know, like, it's possible to, like, just make meth because that's what the whole, that's what the
Breaking
whole
Bad.
show of Breaking Bad is based off of. Yeah, but like, how do you just make a heroin?
Well, you know, funnily enough, I've never learned the process of making heroin. I couldn't tell you.
We need a Breaking Bad, but for heroin.
Breaking heroin. That's what you want.
Yes. Better Call Saul, but instead of selling meth, he's selling heroin. And then we have like the Mexican version that was released in Mexico that has the cocaine version.
He's gone. Return to patrol pattern. He'll slip out eventually.
Arnold Schwarzenegger needs to be in it, and he goes, "Go get them."
Cocaine.
Uh-oh.
We have Diablo Blanco making cocaine, making cocaina.
Enemy down.
Shit.
You're finished. And Gotham's finished too.
No, I should play Baldur's Gate at some point on stream. That'd be interesting.
Isn't that NSFW? Like, aren't there certain
Like,
like
if
things that go on?
if you like engage in the sex scenes, yeah.
Oh, okay. Baldur's Gate makes me uncomfortable.
Why?
But yeah, we could. I don't know. Like I've seen the whole thing,
Oh,
and
no,
I'm just like,
Dungeons and Dragons.
that's-
Woo!
that's one too many titties for my for my taste. One too many bear sex scenes for my taste.
Okay, so as long as they have one tit, that's fine. Just fucking kill me. You've already hit me once. May as well just kill me.
Target destroyed.
But like, whoever wrote
I
that
honestly
for the
love
bear.
Baldur's Gate.
Really? Is it?
It wasn't a bear. It was like a troll thing. It was like you interrupt some like troll thing having sex with something.
Okay, go on.
Well, and then they just get really upset that you've ruined the moment between them, and they attack you.
Oh, so it wasn't really a bear, it was
It's
a troll?
I don't remember. Though there was a guy in there who was deceased from being fucked to death.
What?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah, he was probably fucked to death, and he was just dead. He was just death by snoo snoo.
Oh my gosh. I am greatly repulsed, but greatly intrigued at the same time.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate
Equally
is great. I love it as a Dungeons and Dragons game.
So it's a Dungeons and Dragons game?
Yeah.
Is it by the people who made Dungeons and Dragons?
Well, no, that's Wizards of the Coast. I want to say.
Oh.
I don't know. Who can keep these fucking companies together?
Is it like a spoof?
We've lost one.
Well, no, it's a licensed Dungeons and Dragons game.
Oh.
Still under my command.
It's a continuation of the top-down Baldur's Gate games that were made in the 2000s, which were like isolinear top-down.
Okay, okay. Is it like an open world thing, or is it like
Sort of open world, yeah, but there's like you can wander about to your heart's content, but the moment a chapter ends, you move on to the next open world area.
Yeah.
So, like, the best way to describe it is, I suppose. So, like, there's the big world, and you explore it to as much as you want, and you do the main quest, and you do the side quests.
That miracle goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just explore and fight things, and then you move on to the next section of the game.
Ah, okay. Interesting. So, like, as far as I can tell from Dungeons and Dragons, it's like a build your own adventure kind of game, like the real Dungeons and Dragons.
Sort of. It's more like that you'll have a DM. So the DM will make up the story or use an existing story. They control the game. They're like the director. So they're not playing, but they're playing all the NPCs. They're playing like the worlds.
Oh, okay.
And then you
and
have
then the mermaid approaches you, and she goes, how's it going? And what do you say? And then you have to make up your mind.
Yeah, and then the players like have to play as the characters and figure out how they're going to go about whatever the game master puts in front of them.
She won't be able to fight
Mhm.
Scarecrow.
The game
And
master.
the game master.
There aren't any left like her. Not anymore.
The master of gaze.
What happened?
What do you think? Man, you cut them back. Build
She's got a long torso, damn.
reaching the sun.
If I can locate the runes, could you revive them?
They're lost. Buried beneath this concrete monstrosity. How will you...
The bigger the plant, the deeper the root. You wait here. I'll find a way to break them free.
Are you sure, Batman?
Are you sure about that?
The bigger the plant, the deeper the root. I don't know, man. I've had some pretty promising looking carrots, and then you pull them up, and they're just little wimpies. You think like, oh, this is going to be a great carrot. Oh my gosh. That is a very unfortunate shape. It looks like something else.
Does it? Does it look like something
Now,
else?
now
I
you're
don't-
making
I
it
don't
look
think
like
does.
I've got my head in the gutter, okay?
You do. You do have your head
No,
in
I
the
don't.
gutter.
Something
No, I don't!
It may take me a little while. Come to Wayne Tower when you're ready.
Thanks, Lucius.
Maybe you have your head in the gutter and I'm just calling it out. I don't know.
Nightwing has been tracking another of Penguin's
It's pretty noticeable if I notice it. Let's put it that way.
chance to rid the city of Cobblepot and his flood of weapons. We also have a robbery in progress at the Bank of Gotham in Chinatown. Surveillance footage confirms that the perpetrators are known associates of Two-Face. Perhaps Mr. Dent has misplaced his coin. Whatever his reason, he needs to be stopped.
Thanks, Alfred.
Alfred's like a grandpa.
No, he's like a dad.
He's like a dad.
Yeah.
Two-Face's
like the
crew
dad
is
that
robbing the bank
Batman never
in
had.
Chinatown. They're not
Well,
getting
no, he did have him
one
because he
cent
raised
of
him.
Gotham's money.
Yeah. Batman, bad for Gotham? What is this, written by J. Jonah Jameson? Batman is a menace!
Oh, hello.
Brother.
Get the fuck out my seat.
So, whose throat are we gonna slit first?
Did Batman just sit on Joker's lap? I'd like to imagine
Yes.
that.
Get out of here!
I call shotgun.
I bet one of the watchtower units I'd spot the bat first. Loser has to tell the Arkham Knight he'd look better with a cape.
Wait, so I have a question.
Mhm.
So, Poison Ivy, she grows plants. Does that mean she's carnivorous? Like, she's against hurting plants and stuff.
You know, you think so, but a lot of adaptations make her like vegan.
But that doesn't make any damn sense.
I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't.
Like, she can hear the poor onion screaming as she's cutting into it. And she's crying because it died. Not because of the onion.
Beneath those rusty tracks awaits an arena.
I know it doesn't make any sense, but people still write her as a vegan for some reason.
Yeah, that's stupid. You know, like Beast Boy. Beast Boy is a vegan, and that makes sense because he turns into animals, and it feels like it feels cannibalistic to him.
But
But
animals eat other animals all the time.
it's true, but like that's why Beast Boy doesn't. He just feels uncomfortable with it. Meanwhile, Poison Ivy is such a psychopath. She has no qualms with supposed. Wait, that wouldn't be
Folks won't hear me over the alarm.
that wouldn't be cannibalism, would it? She's not a plant herself.
Fast, hit them hard.
Damn. Snap his neck, Batman. No, okay.
Kill the bat, grab the cash. Easy.
Kill the bat. Grab the cash.
We thought you might
Hello.
show up, Batman. We were counting on you.
How much money do you fucking need?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
There's like a lot of guards. Oh my gosh.
It's hard to find honest work with
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I can't see him.
I can't see him! Ah, fuck, you shot me, bitch! Fuck.
Man, a grunt did you in. Not like a
Yeah.
big baddie or
You
anything.
might feel
That's
bad,
embarrassing.
Batman, but we'll bring him round.
Good for you.
I remember seeing a meme where someone edited Two-Face and his messed up burnt side was on both sides.
Two-Face's thugs won't
I'm
hear
now
me
one
over the alarm.
face.
No need to be quiet. I can hit them fast, hit them hard.
Her.
Quick, can't get all of us. Keep moving.
Come here. Come on. Come on.
We
There we
thought
go.
you might show up, Batman.
Good boy. Bye-bye.
We were counting on you.
Uh-oh.
So I have
No,
a
no,
weird
fuck.
proposition. I had a weird thought.
Okay.
You have sleeping problems.
I got a proposition for you.
A proposition.
Look, Batman.
If you have sleeping problems,
hard to find
why don't they ever recommend chloroform?
Because it's harmful?
Is chloroform harmful?
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
It's like knockout gas. Like it's
Yeah.
is chloroform.
Another guy was not dead, right, Batman?
Harmful.
It's sweet that you still try and live.
Exposure to chloroform is harmful. Oh gosh, you were correct. Okay. Chloroform
Yeah,
damages
like I usually
the
am
liver.
about these things.
It damages the liver, causing hepatitis, and can also harm the kidneys, brain, heart, and bone marrow. I would love to know if anybody who has had sleeping problems have tried chloroform and had to figure that out the hard way. That
Well,
would be
there are
kinda
usually
crazy.
options that you can have before you decide to use chloroform.
That's true, but like if that person like exhausted all options because like they just can't sleep,
Two-Face locked us in. The
like
thugs aren't after money.
chloroforming yourself.
Me. And there's no alarm to cover
I don't know. They do it all the time on TV. And apparently, I heard like you can't actually knock somebody out with chloroform. They have to like hold it for like a long time.
Yeah.
Kill the bat.
Kill the bat.
You're better off dead, Bat. Just look what happened to us.
Well then, boys, looks like that bank has a bat infestation. Since we're making such a large withdrawal, why don't we take care of it for them?
Man, all these bat puns, they're just so original, aren't they?
Whoever kills the bastard and brings us the body gets double their cut.
Two-Face locked us in. The thugs aren't after money now. They're after me. And there's no alarm to cover
Too
the sound
bad.
of my
I'm
attacks.
after them.
I will be right back, okay?
Okay.
What's going on? Anyone see him? Nothing. Me neither. Okay. I'll get him down and see what's wrong with him. It started, boys. Big bad freak strikes again. Try that again, Batman. I dare you.
Oh, you dare me, eh? I dare.
Yeah.
Sorry, was it something about daring me there?
No. This guy. I'll shoot him down and see what happens.
Oh no, the guy.
I don't believe this. He's tearing us to pieces. How the hell do we take
Oh
this guy
man,
out?
I don't know what to do
We're
here.
trying to figure that out. Yeah? Well, hurry.
Oh jeez, Rick. Batman's gonna come and beat up my face.
We thought you might show up, Batman.
Come on.
We were counting.
Look, grate right here. Nice, juicy grate. Come next to the grate. Right where I get to have my fun.
Look, Batman, I need
I
the
can't
money.
bring the car
It's hard
in
to
here.
find honest work with these disfigurements. You make a monster out of us, then you hunt us down.
You know, these people so
Oh, God. Someone's
so
down.
confident. Alright, I think there's only one left. Man, that guy's terrified. Look at him. Look at the poor guy. He's looking everywhere. He thinks I'm around every single corner. I'm just standing here out in the open watching him be a fucking tool. Good night.
Batman, you got this wrong. The Bank of Gotham, it launders money for the mob. Or what's left of it. You remember the mob, right? The guys who burned half our face off because they couldn't get to you? Now, sure, there's plenty of clean money mixed with the dirty. But what isn't tainted in this town? So stay away from the banks. You'll regret it if you don't.
So much money everywhere.
Cash.
Could banks just have
Two-Face's crew went
money
after the Bank of Gotham in Chinatown.
all over the
I
floor?
need you to
I
disable
have
the
returned.
security gate and pick up Dent's thugs.
I'm back.
Batman,
Can you hear me?
the car around now.
No.
I can't see. Oh, okay. So I discovered recently that I have a talent. I have a hidden talent. I showed my family that they can point to anything in the room, and I could make a like Christian youth pastor sermon about it.
What?
And just like incorporate it, right? So basically, they just were like pointing, and I would have to incorporate it into my sermon about Jesus. And I'm like, I could basically make a message about anything using anything.
Make a message about Jesus using Batman.
Okay. Now you see, we all need a hero.
Was on the billboard
But while the DCEU, while the MCU has Batman, we have Jesus. Jesus saved us from our sins, just like Batman saves Gotham from the Joker. It's that easy. Think of something else. Just
You
just
started to
throw
be
things
like
at me.
Jordan Peterson.
Just a Southern Jordan Peterson. Just throw random things at me, okay? Give me something random, and then just in the middle of me talking, throw something.
So you see, it's like the crabs, and you don't want to be full of crabs.
The lobsters, they fight. They have their own system. They have their own system of determining masculinity and who's going to be the top dog. Like
And
a
then you're
Christian
full of
youth pastor.
crabs.
The Christian youth pastor is like really fun. So just choose things at random as I'm talking. So pick the first thing. Pick the first thing. And then just
Peter
throw something
Pan.
random. Peter Pan. Okay. We all like to live in this fantasy of pleasures in this world. And we want to escape the world, just like Peter Pan brought Wendy out into Neverland with the lost boys, the lost souls of the world. We need Jesus. Throw something else. Keep it coming. Keep it going.
Gin bottle.
Now we all need our strength in this fight, in this spiritual warfare in this world. We all need to fight. We all need to be bathed in the water of Christ, the living water. We need the living water in the gym in order to keep fighting, in order to keep moving, in order to be spiritually be able to run the race. Laughing Cavalier said, and the Lord said unto Jesus, smite the devil that with thy Batmobile and catch the Joker. The Book of Alfred 420. The creator of that recent Peter Pan and Wendy needs an exorcism. Yes. Have you seen like the new Peter Pan movie?
No. Why would I watch Peter Pan?
I mean, like the new one. I saw it. I saw it with my sister because we wanted to laugh at it. It was so awful because Wendy ended up slapping Peter in the face in the movie. I shit you not. He ended up slapping Peter in the face. She ended up slapping Peter in the face. Oh, because he was too misogynistic and he was like being a bully to the lost boys because he thought he was better than them or something like that. Something stupid like that. It was so bad. It was so bad. And it turns out the reason why Peter Pan ran away to Neverland was because he had a fight with his mommy. And like he always resented his mommy.
Peter Pan with mummy issues.
Yeah. The Laughing Cavalier said, this magic belongs to no boy, an actual line from Wendy after she saves herself. It's true. It's true. It was so bad. At first, I thought it was going to be sympathetic because I thought, Peter etched his name into like a chimney. And I thought, oh, like he was feeling bad for running away and all that stuff. And I thought, oh, was he like a chimney sweeper and he just didn't want to grow up because he had to be forced to grow up? And it was like, no, it was just because he fought with his mommy, and then that was his tragic backstory. I hated it. I hated it so much. And then Peter realized, like, we need Captain Hook. Captain Hook needs me, and I need Captain Hook. So dumb.
Two-Face, cut the alarm. I need to be quiet.
Oh yeah, Laughing Cavalier. In the trailer, they have girls as part of the Lost Boys. Did you know that? Like some of the Lost Boys are girls. And then Wendy points this out, and she's like, "You're not all boys." And she's like, "So?" And I swear, I've never wanted to slap a television character more in my life. The way she said that.
We'll be fine.
Oh, also, Peter Pan is an Indian boy.
What?
He's a little Indian boy.
Okay.
Like, you know how Peter Pan is like originally like a British character, like a British tale. I don't know who it's from.
Yeah.
Nope, they changed him into a little Indian boy from India. Laughing Cavalier says, and Wendy's like 2 feet taller than he is. Yeah, they made her such a bitch. Like, I never hated Wendy so much.
Gonna feel like it when he wakes up.
Tinkerbell's black, by the way. I bet
Good
you
for
knew that
her.
part.
She's hotter, I assume.
What?
Nothing.
God.
I've seen images people have done of Black Tinkerbell, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of hot.
Really? You think she's hot?
Well, I don't know if that specific one's hot. I just
Oh,
I've
was
seen...
it the one that you sent me?
Probably, yeah.
No, that's like an AI generated one. The actual one, she's black, and then like she goes to Wendy, and she's like, "Peter's ignored me this whole time. Thank you for giving my voice back." And I'm like, "Are you serious?"
I knew you wouldn't let
Because like in the original, Tinkerbell absolutely hates Wendy because she thinks she's trying to take Peter Pan from her. But in the new one, they're like besties, always like plotting against Peter.
crime in Gotham.
It was awful.
Was I ever part of the plan? Or was I just a distraction? A pretty boy lawyer the mob can focus all that hate on, while you tore them apart. Last chance.
Site safety.
Of my way.
Construction sites are dangerous. Hard hats must be worn at this site.
Send a car for
No admittance to unauthorized personnel.
I'm gonna bring a child in here. We're gonna bring some glass. We're gonna break glass in the construction site. That sounds like safety fun. Laughing Cavalier says, "It's alright. Snow White and the 7 vertically challenged individuals will save Disney when it comes out." It's been this long and it's still not out. I think they're gonna quietly cancel it. Because like with the other Disney films, it was always like pretty fast tracked. But with the Snow White one, they're taking their sweet old time. Lil Spain says, "But Yuri, Peter's a straight white male. He's the enemy." Yeah, they made it lame. They made it gay and lame. Make her gay, make her lame.
Okay, Cartman.
It was Kathleen Kennedy's fault. It was Anita Sarkeesian's fault. They made Tinkerbell gay and lame. And the thing is, they know we hate it, and they'll keep doing it because we'll talk about it. And I think I know why. I'll tell you why. Joe, do y'all remember the live-action Dumbo movie?
I got a truck.
No.
Of course you fucking don't. Nobody does. It exists, but like they changed nothing about it other than like they tamed down the drinking scene. That's it. So nobody talked it. So it came out. Nobody talked about it. Nobody watched it. It's on Disney Plus right now. Guess how many views it's probably getting? Probably none. Nobody's watching it. So
Alternatively, Mulan's getting all the views.
yes. Why? Why do we do this?
No, I mean, like, no one cares about Mulan now. That's the joke I'm making.
Well, at the time it came out, people did hate watch it. And
Yeah, I'm aware.
I think,
but like now, no one's watching it.
it's true. It's true. It doesn't have sustainability. That's the problem. So with these remakes, they have absolutely zero sustainability, and that's the thing with Disney. Disney is. I heard someone say Disney is a company that happens to make movies sometimes, and that blew my mind because they don't. Their movies are not the big thing anymore. So they'll just pump anything out and it'll turn even just a little bit of profit. They're good. They don't care. They got fuck you money. You know what I'm saying?
Well, sort of, but like the more that they lose money, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, right?
Yeah.
Disney's very reliant on their Disney parks. That is their biggest money maker.
Look at all the construction work. No economic downturn here. Pretty ugly, though. The way they're building all that new stuff right on top of the old. I didn't know.
Hold on 1 second. So yeah, Wolfsbane. Oh, okay. So there's more. Laughing Cavalier says, was that the Tim Burton one? And then he said he would never work for Disney again. Did Tim Burton work on Dumbo? I don't know, because I never cared. Nobody ever cared. If he did, nobody cared about it. That's why. Wolfsbane also says, where are my Crow brothers? They're gone, I tell you. Gone. Oh, the Crow brothers. Oh, was it like the... Were they like the crows with like a black accent or something like that?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm one of the few people which like childhood wasn't defined by Disney.
Yeah.
Like my childhood was much more defined by like my certain video games as well as other animated films like How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah.
Like Megamind had a bigger impact. Like and a lot of like TV shows as well. So like it's not a lot of animated films. So I'm not someone that has this deep appreciation. Like I'm not a big fan of The Little Mermaid, for example.
That makes a lot of sense. Because, you know, Disney didn't have the boy market until like the 2000s when they bought George Lucas's Soul. They bought George Lucas's Soul. That's how they did it.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of boys which have like Disney, like childhoods.
They tried. Yeah, that's true. But like they tried with Tron in 2007, and that did not go very well. So they were like, "Hey, Star Wars, we need you." So they bought they bought the soul of George Lucas, and then they bought the MCU later on, and now they have the boy market. But you know, as a girl, I grew up on Disney princesses. You know, I grew up on The Little Mermaid. I grew up on, you know, The Lion King. It's not a princess, but I still grew up on it. I grew up with Cinderella. Grew up with Sleeping Beauty. Grew up with Snow White. Grew up with Pocahontas. You know, all that fun stuff.
Meanwhile, I grew up with Batman.
Yeah, you're out here with Batman.
And space toys.
Well, like Disney.
I also didn't have much of a Pixar childhood either. Like I didn't grow up with Monsters Inc. I didn't grow up with Toy Story. Yeah. I think the only one like Wall-E's a Pixar film. Yeah, that's the only one that I could. That's the only Pixar film that I can think of that is like, oh, I love that as a kid.
You did? Have you ever seen a Toy Story?
Yeah, I've seen Toy Story.
Yeah. There was Toy Story. There was like Finding Nemo. I grew up on all that. I remember being like 3 years old.
It never really appealed to me, though. That's the thing.
That's interesting. Yeah, different strokes for different folks, you know. Laughing Cavalier, I am not making the Awkwafina impression. I'm not going to do it. She's annoying. Awkwafina. Her voice sounds like she's hurting all the time. There are 2 voice actresses I cannot stand. That's Awkwafina and I think is her name, the black woman, the one that plays Tuca from Tuca and Birdie.
That really narrows it down. The black woman.
What is her name? She has a grating voice, and I hate it. And I hear it in animated stuff all the time. What's her name? What is her name?
Who is she?
It's Wanda Sykes. I cannot stand Wanda Sykes. I pray every day that God takes out Wanda Sykes' voice box because, oh my gosh, kill me. Awkwafina, I've only heard her actually good in only one thing, and that was The Bad Guys. The best thing, she's only good in things where I can't tell it's Awkwafina. And I look in the credits and I'm like, oh, that was her? I didn't know that. And I feel better. She played the tarantula in Bad Guys. Bad Guys is such a good movie, by the way.
Haven't seen it either.
Yeah, is it a
all I know is the Better Call Saul meme from it.
Oh,
the
really?
guy comes in with the briefcase.
Yeah. Like there was like the wolf. There was the wolf, the tarantula, the snake, and the shark. Yeah. The cool thing was the way they animated the snake. The snake like his body acted like shoulders and arms and all this stuff. It made up, even though he had a snake body, he kept doing things to make up for the fact he didn't have other body parts. It was so crazy how creative they got with him. It was so fun. Wolfsbane says, I love Tron Legacy. They also took out the Siamese cats from Lady and the Tramp live action movie. Oh, the We Are Siamese, if you please. They were like apparently Chinese racist caricatures. I mean, of course they would take them out. It's uncouth nowadays. You'll see. Laughing Cavalier also says, I grew up with the old Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet, etc. I've never seen either of those. Oh, gosh. Laughing Cavalier says, you know who I don't like? The black woman. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Sounds like what you said.
That's not what I said. Don't clip it. Yeah. Wanda Sykes' voice rates something fierce out of me. Laughing Cavalier says 1960 shows with puppets. Team America parodied them. Huh. Okay. I'm not that well versed in 1960 shows.
I know the people that did Team America did an episode of Stargate where they parodied Stargate in the episode with puppets.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that made the Team America puppets made the puppets for Stargate. That was funny.
Oh, Team America. Okay, so they're the ones with that one vomiting gif. I know that. You send it to me every now and again. Weren't they the ones that did the that parody of Greta Thunberg?
No, I think you're thinking of damn it, Splitting Image.
Okay. Yeah, you showed me something.
It is hot.
Is that you? Oh God, it's him.
Yeah.
Bring it back. Get us out of here.
And they also did one with Margaret Thatcher, I think.
The point of Splitting Image is that they kind of like take the piss out of everyone politically.
Yeah,
like, Margaret Thatcher's the original because the show was from the 80s.
Oh, okay.
And funny enough, the guy that played Arnold Rimmer, Chris Barry, did the voice of Ronald Reagan on the original Splitting Image.
No way.
Yeah, because like Chris Barry started off as a voice actor.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he was an impressionist.
Wow, that's so cool.
So he was actually pretty experienced as an actor, as at least a voice actor, when it came to Red Dwarf.
Red Dwarf is
as well as like a mix of like comedy acting as well. He's also freaking fantastic at impressions. So like when you listen to the so they made a book of Red Dwarf, and he does the audiobook, and he's so good at doing the other people's voices. And there's even a few times in episodes that they like to have Chris Barry do impressions of other actors. So he'll occasionally do an impression of like Crichton. Fun?
Really?
What was it? A use of time in a fun and unpractical way. Like that. He'll be taking the piss out of Crichton, for example, or he's taking the piss out of Lister. He'll get to use a little impression. And there's an I think you've already seen it. It's the episode where they swap bodies.
Oh, I remember that.
So for the behind the scenes, Chris Barry was doing the voice of Lister as he was playing Lister as the body had changed. But they dubbed it over. They dubbed it over in post instead.
No.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating.
So cool. Wolfsbane says, thinking of Batman for a second, did you see that the animation team that did Across the Spider-Verse films pitched a Batman Beyond movie? And Warner refused.
Penguin is using Sionis Industries building.
What the fuck's wrong with them? Did they just hate money? No wonder they're fucking doing shit.
Warner couched that one Wile E. Coyote movie for for tax cuts. Like, it was fully made, and they were like, nah, fuck this.
They gave up on the what is it? The Batgirl movie, and the Supergirl movie as well. Those caused like massive uproars.
Really? Warner
Yeah, like
just loves canceling shit, don't they?
I've got no idea if they're going to be good, and for all I know, probably not. But it caused a lot of uproar. That wait, you went through all this effort to produce this, and you just cut it. Also, same with remember that film we watched, which was like the DC Scooby Doo crossover? Yeah, that Warner Brothers made, and they cancelled it for tax cuts.
They did, and the whole thing got leaked on Archive.
Scooby Doo and Crypto too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking wild.
Man, Warner is just unforgiving. Velociraptor says, hello, Shiny and Eerie. What's going on, Velociraptor? Good to see ya. Good to see you in the chat. Warner just like... What if... Okay, so Shiny, you're doing virtual effects. What if one day you wake up and discover Warner wants to do a project with you? What would you do? What would you say?
Well, what, am I directing it? Like, what am I doing?
No, you're going to be working on it.
Well, I guess a day's work is a day's work. Like, you know, as long as I get paid well, that's kind of like what the.
But like, wouldn't you be like at least a little paranoid that it might get cut entirely?
It's not my problem.
That is true.
Like, I get paid. Like, it's a
pay them a visit.
Like
money.
Money. But it's okay. Look, it's not my project. It's not my creative vision that's getting buggered over. I'm just there to like tell me to make a model. I make a model.
I gotcha. Laughing Cavalier says they deleted the files for Batgirl as well.
Didn't know this was a contest. Maybe you're just sore you don't get to snuggle up to that big hunk of man no more. Funny. Real funny.
Wolfbane said David Zaslav doesn't like animation apparently, and he's pretty much cutting out Cartoon Network and most animation from their budget. No, David Zaslav.
Well, from DC.
Yeah, from Warner Brothers.
You fucking kidding me? Like the animated DC stuff is some of the way better fucking stuff they've got going on. The hell?
Yep.
That is ludicrous.
Yeah.
I've still been meaning to catch up on all the DC animated films. But as far as I was aware, that was the only stuff that was going well for them. Like, what's the fuck? Why do they hate making money? Genuinely, like, what's wrong with them?
I think they're also a business that they're a corporation that happens to make movies. You know, because like they're just making everything for the sake of tax cuts, right? They let things go through for the sake of a tax cut. I don't think they actually care about movies. They're just more brazen about it. Unlike Disney. Like, Disney at least acts like they care about movies.
I think Disney's just more successful at it compared to Warner Brothers, which is just way more shit.
Oh, yeah. I remember David Zaslav gave, like, a speech at some college or whatever, and he got booed off the stage because of what he did to Wile E. Coyote. As he should.
I forgot how well we work together.
I hadn't. I only work with the best.
Fuck David Zaslav.
Any ideas, Bruce? It's not permanent.
Also, I know Cartoon Network is on their dying days.
And best of all, there's no.
Like they're on their way out.
That's going to be the end of an era.
That will be. I'm going to miss them. Velociraptor says, I've been reading the histories by Herodotus, and last night I was watching on Her Majesty's Secret Service with George Lazenby and it's James Bond. Also, the ending was crazy. Are you into James Bond? Are you into James Bond, Shiny?
Not really. I've seen James Bond films. I've seen... Okay, in terms of James Bond, I've seen No Time to Die, Skyfall, and I watched the one where they drive a tank through Moscow.
Ah,
that's my experience.
Further away.
That's my experience with James Bond films. I've nothing against James Bond. It's just one of those film series that I never really got like around and into.
My name is John.
My name's Bone. James Bone.
By my count, Penguin must have at least 3 more of these caches in the city. That equals a lot of guns.
And he's gotta like sleep with at least 5 women per movie. That's all I know.
I'm used to it. Just keep tracking those.
James Bond does like hot women.
And here I thought you might give me a real challenge.
Even
hot women like
what was it? No Time to Die had that really hot French lass in there.
Also, I don't know why, but Her Majesty's Secret Service. That sounds like I don't know why what was that one Family Guy spoof that was about the royal family came to mind. I know that's not it, but like that's what I was thinking of. Do you remember the one Family Guy? I
remember it. Yeah, the one that was completely fucking shit.
Yeah, what was it called?
I don't. Do I care enough to remember?
No. No one cares. I mean, I guess that's a good sign that no one cares. I've heard like British comedy shows have tried to make clones of like The Simpsons and Family Guy, and it's never really worked.
Bruce, you've got a problem.
I don't.
A big one.
I can't think of any British adult cartoons that are like The Simpsons. Like none of them. I can't think of anything that comes to mind. Like when I think of like adult comedy in the UK, I think of like In-Betweeners, and I think of Mongrels and stuff like that.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that's like that is like a lot of American comedies in the UK. Like weirdly enough, it's the way I've seen it, it's like Americans like to try and see. Oh look, here's a comedy which is done really well in the UK. Let's import it over to the US and completely fuck with it.
Yeah. The only time that's gone well is The Office.
Like it's happened to almost every single British comedy ever. It's happened to In-Betweeners. It's happened to Red Dwarf. It's happened to Ghosts. It's happened to fucking everything. Everything. Like American studio will try and pick up a British show and think, how about we change it and make it entirely different from the original?
Let's make it lame and gay.
How about we take David Lister and we turn him into Han Solo? It's like no, that's not. That's not the point of his character. He's not supposed to be dashing and handsome rogue. He's supposed to be a fat fucking loser.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Laughing Cavalier says they even did an American Dad's Army back in the 70s. Is that true?
That's the first I've heard of it, but it doesn't surprise me.
But it's still pretty bad.
Laughing Cavalier says they tried, but it got canceled immediately.
They even tried Doctor Who in the US as well.
See you inside, Bruce.
No.
Which
no way. Don't say that.
No, they did actually. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. It's just called the Doctor Who movie, and I'm trying to remember what his name was.
I'm the American Doctor Who, but you sound like a Southern. Southern man.
They still had a British actor, Paul McGann. That was it. He was played by Paul McGann, who was a British actor. But it was like, the entire thing took place in the US, and it was filmed in the US, etc., made by a US studio. And the plan was to, if the movie did well, they would take it into a production of a TV show. And the movie did fucking shit, so it never went anywhere.
Don't you know lots of planets have a south? Everything American Doctor Who.
I always love that line in Doctor Who.
Yeah!
How could you sound like you're from the north? Lots of planets have a north. And I have a really... I keep thinking about that line every now and again. And I have two interpretations for it. Obviously, the first interpretation to come up with is like lots of planets have like a northern hemisphere. But
I think it's supposed to be like one of those lines where it's like you don't really question it, you know?
no,
It's like,
but like I love questioning it. I love thinking about it. But there's another way that you could think about it in terms of that you could look at it in terms of lots of planets have like an industry focused like lower class area,
okay.
like a rural sector of like their industry, if you know what I mean. Because that's kind of like what the
Okay.
north of England is. It's lots of industry, lots of rural farming communities. And
Yeah.
that in mind, like that social economic background, it's like lots of planets have that specific social economic background to influence that kind of environment, which is the more nerdier way of looking at it. But I find that fun to think about.
I guess, yeah. I always interpreted it as like one of those kind of like when someone asks Phineas, "Aren't you boys a little too young to be building a roller coaster in your backyard?" And he goes, "Yes, yes we are." And then they, how do you answer that? And they're just like, well, okay then, carry on. You know? Oh, if you're the doctor, if you're an alien, why do you have a northern accent? Because lots of planets have a north.
Alfred, I'm heading to Wayne Tower
Well,
parking garage.
well, okay then,
Let's see what
carry
we
on.
can come up with to locate Ivy's plant.
Mr. Fox
It's like a good shutdown, kind of.
Yeah. One thing I find fascinating is, so obviously one thing that a lot of people go to when like something new comes out and a lot of people don't like it is that they like to say, "Oh, but like you just don't like it because it's new." And it's one of the most fascinating experiences to me has been. So you're someone which has only experienced Doctor Who within like the last year or so when we watched it.
Yes.
You fell in love with the Eccleston era completely.
I certainly did. He is my doctor, okay? Eccleston is my doctor.
Like there's lots of it that like really dragged you into the show. But you so you've also been through Tennant, you've been through a bit of Matt Smith, and you've seen a bit of the new era with specifically I think you've seen the 3 specials with the Star Beast. Have you seen Wild Blue Yonder?
I've seen the one with the toy maker.
Yeah,
Wobble Yonder, I don't think so.
Okay.
What's the Wobble Yonder about again?
Like they're lost in deep space with like these weird deforming creatures.
That do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Well, there's only 3 episodes. What do you mean narrow it down?
Which Doctor Who is it? Which actor?
David Tennant. It's like the specials. It's the 3 specials. It's David Tennant in his second run, like where he did those 3 episodes.
Deep Blue Yonder.
Wild Blue Yonder.
Wild Blue Yonder. Sort of. But just go ahead. What were you saying?
It's fascinating watching your experience as someone that is like very new to this, in comparing the new stuff to the old, because it sort of is a little bit validating the fact that it's even to you as someone that's not as nostalgically invested with as a lot of other people, you still have a very similar reaction to like, oh, I'm not quite sure about this.
Yeah.
Like there's something about the edge and the writing which is just kind of like lost somehow.
It's not just the nostalgia.
I think even to a degree, like I think season 1, I love season 1 and 2. There's sort of like this grounded like edge to it which I adore, where it's random like the stories being about the media being controlled by the news.
Yeah.
And stories about fuck, what was the other one that just kind of like fucking slipped my mind? Damn it! Like everyone just becoming couch potatoes. Half the world's too fat and half the world's too thin, and everyone just watches telly. Like there's a new episode. I feel like would kind of treat it a bit more slapstick, where they actually show people's like sitting on the sofa, not really doing anything all day. But the Russell T Davies season 1, like felt like it had that edge where they kind of showed the horrific side of it while also not like playing up the melodrama.
Right, right.
And I love little lines like, if you don't pay your TV license, you get executed.
Is that a real line?
It's a real line, yeah.
I love that. I love that.
On top of the line?
And of
No,
course,
he
it was
just-
given the okay by the BBC. Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
well,
legit.
because in 2005, the BBC did not have any faith in Doctor Who. They didn't care. So when it came to 2006 with season 2, and because Doctor Who was such a hit, that's when the BBC all of a sudden started paying a lot more attention to the Doctor Who show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Doctor Who is so freaking cool. I remember, excuse me. I remember you were talking to Lit Dev about Doctor Who one time, and you were talking about how, like, the stakes are so palpable in the show, like earlier on in the show. How it's like, oh, we could save everyone, but
I could
but
lose you, etc.
exactly, and it feels so real and so palpable. Meanwhile, now it's like the stakes are like, they don't feel like real stakes.
One of my pet peeves with Russell T Davies writing is that he is absolutely shit at writing endings, and I hate it. I absolutely despise it. Like it's somewhat fine in season 1 and season 2, like the setup and payoff for the endings. So you where there's like, oh, the way they solve the Daleks is they all get sucked into the void and that's it, or the way that they get rid of the Daleks in the other one is that they all just get evaporated by Rose looking into the time vortex. But all of those solutions have sacrifices. They have like setups and payoffs for how they work, in essence.
Yeah.
So it doesn't just feel cheap, like, oh, we just solved the problem. The thing is about Doctor Who is the way that I describe it is it's a problem of the week show. It's a bit like Star Trek, it's a bit like Stargate in that regard, where the show, what it's really about is every episode we go to a new place and we have to solve a problem, right? You know, like there's something going on, something's not quite right, we need to fix this.
Right.
And the interesting part of the show is how they go about fixing it. It is how the Doctor solves the solution. Yeah. And there isn't... I think it misses something when the Doctor just says, oh, solution, there we go. Like, oh, okay, so wait, so we don't get to see the working out. The problem is just solved and that's it. That's very disappointing. That's half of the appeal of the show, just pretty much being thrown out the window, which I think is a real problem with Russell. He just, for some reason, just likes to make his endings incredibly cheap.
Has that always been the case, though? Or has he just gotten worse over time?
I think he's gotten worse over time. Like, you can somewhat see it in season 1.
Okay.
But the more it kind of goes on, the more the problem kind of gets worse. Like, so do you remember how like the Master took over the planet with the Toclophane and everything, and that the entire planet had been enslaved? And the solution, the solution was that to use satellites to make the Doctor a demigod, and everything just gets undone by time travel. That's very unsatisfying.
And everyone had to call out to the Doctor, and he was like some kind of shriveled baby or something.
Exactly. Everyone just calls up to the Doctor, and that's it. An I win button. That is the lamest way to solve a fucking problem ever.
And he was so scary, dude. Like, he was so well written, and he was so scary. The Master was so scary, dude. Ah, man, that was such a cool episode, but the ending was so weird. You know, I'd like to remedy something that has a bad aspect to it. I like to think of times where there's a person who does it really well. The one thing that one show that really gets an ending really banger, Daredevil. Like, everything was so fucked up over the whole season. It gets more and more fucked up as they went. Right? Every time the characters made a step forward in progress, they would get knocked back at least two blocks. Every time, in every single episode. And it's before we even got to the last episode, I'm like, there's no way they're going to be able to tie this up. There's absolutely No chance in hell they're gonna do that. And they did.
You thought there was going to be a cliffhanger
satisfying.
where the epic doesn't get solved.
Right, that's what I thought. Because things were just that messed up. It's like every time the characters made progress, something royally messed up happened, and then they just boom, no progress anymore, and they're even worse off now. It's like every time, but they actually managed to write an ending super well. How did they do that?
Very passionate and talented writers who work very well together, and
then they did it in one episode. How the fuck do you write such an amazing ending of like a
lot of the setup was already done in previous episodes.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. That is very, very true. And maybe it's the fact that I didn't catch on. I'd have to watch it a second time in order to actually maybe catch the writing nuances and all that stuff. But like, damn, that was so good, man. I am like satisfied. It's like sitting in your chair after a filet mignon and ice cream, and you're just like, damn. Like you go home and you're thinking about that filet mignon and ice cream and how amazing that was. You know what I mean? It was that good. It was that fantastic.
It seems the Arkham Knight is tightening his grip.
Velociraptor says, I've been thinking about watching the original Doctor Who show from the 1960s to the 80s. My dad was 14 years old when the show first aired. Hell yeah, dude.
I've been thinking about it too. I have brief explorations into the classic Who. It's been something which it's been difficult to get into because of certain production values. I tried watching the episode with the K9 or the K1 robot, or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah.
And it's I couldn't stop laughing because the Brigadier's like, don't worry, Doctor, I brought something to deal with this. And a toy tank rolls up in front of the fucking camera. And it gets evaporated. And when I first saw that, I burst out laughing because about like, how goofy it is to have a little toy tank close to the camera that you just roll in there to make it look like there's a tank rolling onto the screen.
Like an actual big boy. We got in the big guns.
But obviously that's what you had to do in the 60s on a TV budget in the UK, where it's like, if you've got no money, you know, if you want a tank in your story and you can't hire any proper tanks, you just have to kind of bite the bullet and do a toy tank.
Oh yeah, they did that all the time in Power Rangers. I've seen a little bit of Power Rangers, but only like tangentially, like when my brother was watching it in the living room. And like they would bring on like hilarious costumes and like toy tanks and stuff.
I haven't seen any of the classic Power Rangers, but I've seen some of the Power Rangers that were airing when I was young, and I remember very little about them.
Yeah.
Ivy, I found a way to track them.
Like I remember, I really liked the stuff my brother was watching. Like he watched all the good DC and Marvel shows. But like then he got really into Power Rangers. I'm like, what is this? This is trash, dude.
I served my country, sacrificed everything.
And I don't mean to diss anybody who actually does like Power Rangers, but like, come on now, it was corny. It was corny. It was 2003 Daredevil corny. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She's not dead, just forgotten. I can bring her back.
Also, what's really cute is that when I see like clips and screenshots of the 1960s to 80s Doctor Who, like everyone is so dressed up in those decades. Everyone like all the girls are like with their big old wigs, like their big hair, and the go-go boots from the 70s. So cute. 70s were a time, dude.
The 70s were a society.
We were in a society. Was the writing actually good in those days?
Protect her.
People tell me that the writing's good in those days.
Establish a perimeter.
That pretty much the only thing the show had going for it was like some of its
I
writing
can
of the
make her
episodes.
bark harder than steel.
Oh, I mean, like,
I'll
I
protect
bet because it actually was that popular in that time. It's just so cute that your little country has like these huge phenomena that just sweep the nation. It's adorable.
Hold them off.
Oh, it's so cute that people like Strictly Come Dancing and was it Love Island and shit like that. EastEnders. EastEnders, like to me, is always like look like completely fucking crap cheap comedy. Not comedy, drama. Sorry, drama.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen some clips of like more recent EastEnders, and it looks so fucking cringe as hell. Whereas like, the little girl just goes, "Oh, it's a drama show about people who live in the East End of London, and like it follows a bunch of families, and it's a generational, like kind of like rotational show where they'll have a rotating cast who move in and out of the show, kind of like based on what actors are at the time."
Okay.
And it's very renowned for having every single episode ends with like the cheapest drama ever. Like it'll be I'm pregnant. Dun 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 dun.
Stay tuned for the next episode. Please watch the next episode.
Let's hope we don't need to find out.
And honestly, I was never ever interested in that. Every time my mum put it on, I just hated it, and I went upstairs. Like, it's one of the shows that I just generally found it so like unappealing. I just never watched it fully.
Is it a
I never really
opera?
gave it a chance.
Yes, sir. In the meantime, there are numerous open cases yet to be investigated.
So, remind me what the definition of a soap opera is yet again.
A soap opera is just it's a TV drama, but like
yeah, it's a soap opera.
Yeah. Oh, Laughing Cavalier, he just said EastEnders, Emmerdale, and Coronation Street are basically the main staple of British soaps. Yeah, soap opera.
I've never watched any of those fucking shows. I suppose maybe I'm just not into like soap operas.
Yep. I don't like soap operas either. Soap operas are the cheapest writing of any medium ever. Like a little above like YouTube content farms. You know? So how soap operas work, I like to think of it as telenovela rules. We also have them in Spanish as well. We have soap operas in Spanish. They're called telenovelas, and they're also pretty crazy. They're like soap operas on crack, basically. It gets worse. It's a drama where instead of actual conflict, they just make more problems for themselves. If that makes sense. So it's just like, oh my gosh, my best friend was sleeping with my boyfriend, and my boyfriend was secretly my brother. And my boyfriend was secretly my twin brother, my long-lost twin brother. But he's actually my cousin? But turns out my best friend was my dog? And my best friend was sleeping with my mom, and my mom is pregnant? What? Kind of thing. You know?
I've always been much more into like our comedies. Like I love Black Books. I love Blackadder.
Comedies don't take themselves seriously.
Yeah, like it's the fact that like they don't take themselves seriously and they are funny.
Exactly. They make jokes, they poke fun, and like people will do bad shit.
And one thing
and
as
it's
well
hilarious.
is that you'll notice about like, okay, here's the thing. I've been looking into this a bit more recently, as well as like looking at comedic actors'
Robin's down there
idea
right now,
of
planning his life with Barbara. Probably thinking
how they're going to go about.
romance they'll have. What a lucky boy.
Shit, I've already lost my train of thought now. I'll be focusing on the game. Shit,
Sir,
you're distracting me.
how are you going to
Soap
tell
operas.
Drake about Barbara? He'll be devastated.
Comedies. Oh, difference between American comedy and British comedy. So I think Stephen Fry put it very well that a lot of American comedies like to have the protagonist like be the person making the jokes about other people. It's not an absolute rule, but it's sort of like punching down. When a lot of British comedies usually like the people are being the ones that are being punched down at.
Oh, okay.
But when you look at Mr. Bean, the jokes are often at him rather than being with him or him making jokes at other people. And like one example of this, which I think kind of like proves the point, it's not always this way. Like Blackadder kind of starts out, the jokes being at his own expense, and then as the show goes on, it's more kind of like he starts making jokes at everyone else's expense as he becomes kind of like the straight man who's kind of being a bit downtrodden. He's a bit shit at everything. But like when you look at like a lot of British comedy, they're about people who are like kind of like shit. Red Dwarf, they're about people that are like down in their luck. They're a bit fat, bit lazy, bit stupid, not that bright. Same with Black Books. Same like the alcoholic. They're a bit shit. Blackadder is like just a fucking nobody corporal. Like he's on the front lines of a war. He doesn't want to be there. He's surrounded by fucking idiots. Like, oh, fuck. But you look at like the American idea of Red Dwarf, and they immediately turn David Lister from like a fat loser nobody who like doesn't have a chance in a million years to get Christine Kochanski to someone which the reason why him and Christine Kochanski they're together, but they stop being together because he's unable to commit like the bad boy he is, and he's a dashing Han Solo type. He makes jokes at other people's expenses rather than his own.
Yeah, no wonder it sucked.
And that isn't an absolute rule of American and British comedies. Like Danny DeVito, for example, is a comedic actor who always like is the joke about him rather than being with him. That's kind of like a lot of his punchlines. But it's a very generalized like rule to notice when you talk about like the differences between British and American comedies.
My darling Judy.
Oh yeah.
I'm afraid she doesn't cope great with that.
Yeah. Something else that I noticed between like comedies and dramas, for instance, comedies, when you have shitty people, the joke is usually when they get their comeuppance, you know? Meanwhile, in dramas, when shitty people do shitty things, it's like they try to make it feel consequential when the solution is just get away from this person. You know?
Yeah.
Like my mom slept with my boyfriend. It's like
I can destroy the radar towers.
Leave both of them. Just leave. But no, they have to like navigate through the drama, and it's like, all right, you guys just suck. One of my Velociraptor says, one of my favorite British sitcoms is It Ain't Half Hot Mom. It's a hilarious show, and if you haven't watched it, I recommend it.
I haven't seen that. I've never even heard of it, to be honest.
It Ain't Half Hot Mom.
Still haven't heard from Barbara.
Celestial Falcon says, hello, what did I just stumble upon? We're talking about American and British comedies.
I can help.
I'm going to have to show you,
we need that antidote.
what was it? Mighty Boosh. It's one of those comedies which,
if you need help, you know
like, it is, I think it's what's referred to often as alternative comedy. Okay. And alternative comedy is just kind of like, it's just fucking out there and strange.
Yeah, you showed me a bit of it. You showed me a bit. It looks like something you'd be into, like while you're high.
Yes. So Americans will probably know it from Old Greg. I'm Old Greg. I got a mangina. That kind of thing. I say that to Americans. They all recognize that. Mighty Boosh is the show that's from, and it's such a wacky and weird show where like strange things will happen for literally no fucking reason out of the blue, and it's such a weird, unique thing that like it's not quite like anything else.
I can imagine. I've seen
Like,
a tiny bit of it,
literally
and I'm
the
like,
Mighty
it's happening.
Boosh, the episode with old Greg, literally is that everyone hates them, so they've got to move out to have a holiday. They decide to have a fishing holiday, and in the middle of fishing, they come across old Greg. It's just like, I'm old Greg, got a vagina, and the whole story then revolves around old fucking Greg. It's old shit. Like, I honestly don't think that there's not any words that I can come up with to describe with any kind of accuracy of what the episode is about.
It looks like drunk people, like everybody in the writing room got drunk and just wrote everything and was and whoever laughed, got high and
they
drank,
got fucking high as shit and just said, okay, the most random fucking things happen ever.
Yeah, and then they were laughing their asses off in the writing room, and then when they got sober, they replayed the recording of which skits they laughed at, and they just went with it. Or like, okay, this was funny enough. Crazy shit. You know what we have to finish? You know what I really want to finish, actually? I don't know why I really want to finish this. I want to finish Spaced. We started Spaced for a little bit.
Oh, we did start Spaced, yeah. Shit, we need to finish that.
And I still have a love affair with Edgar Wright. I want more Edgar Wright. Give me more Edgar Wright. I love Edgar Wright.
You need Edgar Wrong.
I need Edgar Wrong. If Edgar isn't right, then if Edgar Wright is wrong, then I don't want to be Edgar Wright. Fuck. If it's so wrong, I don't want to be right. Anyway, Spaced. If you loved Edgar Wright, that is like one of his first projects, and it was a whole show that he wrote. And I don't know why. I don't know why I love it. I don't know why. Like, it's just.
There was an American version of Spaced. It was shit.
Really? There was an American version of Spaced?
Yeah, there was.
No fucking way, dude. Why do we keep trying to spoof these things?
They destroyed because it's one. Okay, so you know how America really likes its like reboots.
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay, so what the thing is this is my theory anyway, that the reason why they do it is because it's easy.
Yeah.
It's all already made for them. They don't have to worry.
To destroy the radar before the
that is true.
It's got a proven audience. It's popular already. Like, all the legwork's been done. It's already got an established name, so that they can take advantage of something that already exists and make a cheap buck. But then the issue comes with when they try to make it. It's also cheap as well, because let's say you're in the UK and you make a popular show on the BBC or ITV. They're not exactly paid an incredible amounts of money to do these things.
True. Meanwhile, America's got all the money.
Yeah, meanwhile, even the writers in America often enough don't get that much money. But when you are a big studio, you can very easily buy something from a smaller British studio or a British writer to be able to gain the license to make it. And for the writers, it's a dream come true. It's free money.
Free money. Yeah, I could see that.
Well, not necessarily the right. It depends on who holds the rights, who's being clever enough to own their own IPs, or who's, you know.
I gotcha.
So it's of the studio. So it basically it's a win-win. They get, or supposedly a win-win. So the people who own Red Dwarf, Doug and Thingy, whatever, they get money. They just get a big blank check for doing fuck all, and someone else makes a Red Dwarf show. Why not? and the studio gets an established name that they get to work on, which is most of the legwork done for them. The problem often comes when they say, "Okay, let's make it more like what American shows are," because that's the problem with a lot of Hollywood stuff. They view things exclusively through the lens of what already exists, because they think about marketing. I'll give you an example. Star Trek. Star Trek is a very unique, like, it's very 60s in how it views the future as utopian. It views it as being a bit magical in a sense with technology of what it can achieve. It's just there to everything's nice and everything's happy, and obviously things have evolved over the years. But it's kind of kept that same core of that hopeful future. But a lot of other shows haven't kept that idea. They've all kind of got more grittier and grounded, and they've become a lot more nihilistic.
That is true, yep.
So when Star Trek got cancelled, and then they had to make a new Star Trek, they had to, well, in terms of marketing, they were thinking, okay, we need to make Star Trek more like modern sci-fi shows. And what are modern sci-fi shows? They're dark, they're gritty, they're depressing, etc., etc., etc.
So let's make Star Trek dark and gritty and depressing.
Exactly, and that is Star Trek Discovery. That is Star Trek Picard, where everything's nihilistic and the Federation's actually shit, and everything like that. So it's literally just viewing everything through the lens of what already exists in the Hollywood sphere, and Hollywood just loves chasing its own tail. There'll be no zombie movies until one zombie movie or TV show does incredibly well. All of a sudden, everyone's doing zombie movies. Everyone's doing fantasy TV shows because
copycats. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Hollywood chases its own tail. They wait for someone else to make something popular, and then the moment that breaks into the market, they'll copy that. But when you're going with something that's British and it's fundamentally British to its core, and the reason why it's popular is because of these certain British aspects, and you take them all away and make them more American and like everything that's also in the market, and it's not a creative vision anymore, it's just a checklist of things that already exist. You have sapped all the life out of it.
It's true. It's true.
It's a bit of a running as a stereotype for British writers who sell their works to American studios, where they'll have absolutely no creative control. The life will be sucked out of their work. It'll be entirely changed, and they'll return back to England with their tails between their legs.
If South Park was British, they would have made that joke.
There was a show about this very prospect, and damn it. It had the woman who played Fran, and it had that American actor that was in Friends.
I haven't seen Friends, I couldn't tell you.
I haven't seen Friends either. Damn it. It was also the guy that did Top Gear for some reason. The new ones, not like Jeremy Clarkson.
Mm-hmm.
Matt LeBlanc. I think it's Matt LeBlanc.
Okay.
There was a British TV show set in California, which starred Matt LeBlanc and a few British actors, and it was about a British couple who wrote and directed a big hit TV show in Britain, and the American studio wanted to make their own version of it, and they come in and they fuck up the entire thing, and it's kind of funny. Damn it! What's that?
I would love to see that.
It's bothering me now. What is that?
I'm gonna Google it.
I'll have to look it up.
Show about British writers in California.
Matt LeBlanc, IMDb.
Called Episodes?
I think that's it. Yeah, Episodes. I've only ever seen parts of it when I was young, but it's quite vivid in my mind, even though I've only seen it. I saw it when it was airing.
British.
Hey, Matt LeBlanc's in Lost in Space. What the fuck? Yeah, Episodes. Lost. That was 2011. That's a very long time ago. How many seasons did it have? It had 41 episodes.
That is a very unfortunate title, though. Imagine you're trying to Google it and you're trying to Google episodes on Google.
Yeah, I suppose it's one of the things we'll have to add to the list. But I remember that being so fascinating as a kid, and I didn't really understand it as a kid. But as I grew up, and I started learning more about these productions, I got what it was kind of about. You know,
Tends to be the motif with you and I, doesn't it? I saw it as a kid and I didn't understand it, but then I grew up and I was like, "Yep, that makes sense." That sounds like a really cool show. So that's when Star Trek went downhill, when they made it edgy.
I remember it's got the actor from it's got two actors. One that I remember from Green Wing, and the other one that I remember from. Oh, he's also in Hyperdrive as well. Damn it!
Hyperdrive.
The guy that's in from the Green Javelins. Remember, the one that liked Miranda.
Not like Miranda. Was it the guy that was always in the chair?
No, damn it.
No, Teal was the fat woman.
Yeah, Tila, but the actress's name is Miranda, and she's known as she's known as being.
Someone
Miranda
actually liked Teal.
What? Yeah, it was. There's in one of the episodes. I can't remember. Damn it. The Green Javelins episode where they're trying out for the Green Javelins to be to show off.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, he's in that episode, but he's also in another comedy called Green Wing, which is a comedy set in a hospital. And the woman actress, she plays Fran in Black Books. I think she might also be in Green Wing.
You know, I have not seen Black Books, not even once. I'm surprised, like, with all the stuff that we've seen, I have not seen Black Books.
Well, okay, there's just so much on the list, and we only get to watch things like once a week. So
I know there will come a time. There will come a time, Shiny, where it won't be once a week. It'll be like every day, and that's gonna be an amazing time. That's gonna be an amazing time.
When I'm over there, we'll probably like spend a lot of our evenings watching stuff.
Woo! I would love that. I don't know. I feel like I understand the world a lot easier and a lot better through shows and stuff. Because growing up,
that's the best way to get your education through fictional content.
Well, it kind of puts it in some kind of a context, you know, because it's self-contained. Because growing up, I couldn't really read emotions in others really well. But when you have like a cartoon, they're very exaggerated emotions. So I had more of a grasp on it. But in real life, it was just enigmatic to me. And then TV shows nowadays, it's like I kind of understand the world a little bit better through the stuff that we watch. It's really cool.
Like James May's Man Lab.
James May's Man Lab. Ain't nobody more manly than James May just being himself.
I love that James May's like TV shows are just. Today I'm gonna make a pizza oven. Today I'm gonna make a giant life-size Spitfire. I'm gonna make a Lego house.
I'm gonna make a train that runs from over there to over here. A model train.
I'm gonna make a tabletop out of fucking concrete and slab from a. I'll make a pool table from a slab of fucking slate that we got from a quarry.
Yeah. Today I'm selling whelks. I like that one, the Welk episode. I think about that Welk episode. The one with his buddy selling the Welks. They were like oysters, sort of.
I honestly don't remember that now. What the fuck?
And he like made a profit of like $2 or something like that. He barely made it.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? They have to like go in the ocean with like and these giant traps and a whole bunch of some carnival or other, and sell them.
Bats?
I love the little Metal Gear reference there.
That was a Metal
Snake?
Gear reference?
Snake! Snake!
Oh.
That's coming.
Metal Gear is a Nintendo property, isn't it?
No.
What
It's
is it?
Hideo Kojima.
Hideo Kojima.
And it's a property which he doesn't own, but he's like responsible for. Like he's given a lot of the credit for it.
I gotcha.
I remember it was called. It's not Square Enix. It's like one of the Japanese ones. Oh, so I don't fucking know. It's not American company. That's all I know. It's all I'll ever know.
Okay.
I don't pay attention to Metal Gear. I don't pay attention to a lot of this. It's the one that's kind of like known for being a fucking shit company that turns everything into pachinko machines.
It's Konami.
I think it's owned by Konami.
I looked it up. It is Konami. Yeah, they did do like.
Konami.
Yeah.
Everything is eventually a slot machine.
I also know that Snake hides in a box. It's another thing I know.
All I know is that Quiet has Big Booba.
Oh, Quiet is where that is from there?
Yeah, she's a Metal Gear character.
I remember the controversy around Quiet. I remember. And then Hideo is like, "Oh, you guys are gonna be really bad.
You're gonna feel real stupid for criticizing this character."
And it's because she breathes through her skin like a frog.
Like it's still excuse. Like okay, it's still an excuse, right? Like it's not like this deep thing. Like it's a lore reason. It doesn't make that. Like the motivation wasn't to make a deep, meaningful character. He wanted a character that just was naked, and he gave a lore reason for it.
You know, if she covers up a little bit, she might die. So why isn't she just nude all the way?
I'd play that game.
Of course you fucking would. Hang on 1 second.
Wait, there's others, like Batman. Oh yeah, all over. Keystone, Star City, Bloodhaven, Central. So what I'm saying is maybe this could be a running gig. The way Scarecrow talks, I think it just might be.
I have returned.
You have returneth.
Oh, Brute. I know how you feel about this Arkham wannabe.
That's a very yellow panel that's just begging for you to tamper with it.
Yeah.
Studios. There can only be one Joker, Bats, and it's me.
I can use the remote hacking device to temporarily blind the sentry gun.
You did the right thing. Massacre the lot of them and be.
Joker, how about you shut up?
Joker, how about you shut the fuck up?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I do like the cliche of the hero being taunted by the villain. Like I've seen that with Daredevil now, and I'm like, you know, this is kind of tight.
It's a cliche I love.
I know it's a very lovable cliche. You know what? You should give in to your dark side, because now the character can't get now the character can't get him out of his head.
It's around the place. It's the real.
I love that Fisk like taunts him in Matt in Daredevil, and it's like God gave you back your hearing just in time for you to hear me be free from prison.
What with the radar?
What are you gonna do? You can't stop me. And it's also like it's him beating himself up for his failures, but at the same time, it's sort of like him trying to figure out what he's gonna do next.
Yeah, basically.
Like he has a back and forth with his imaginary Fisk in his head.
How is that possible?
Fisk is such a numinous character in the third season. It's scary. He's not only in Matt's head, but he gets into Poindexter's head, and that's insane. He keeps the episode where he gets into Poindexter's past through looking through his files. I keep thinking about it every now and again because it feels like an intrusion. It feels like he's intruding on Poindexter and his past. You know, there's this scene where the light just shines on Poindexter and his therapist, and then it's Fisk. Like he's an intruder in this conversation. And that just, I don't know, that gave me a chill a little bit.
I've lost the signal.
It made me feel weird. It just felt so poignant. It has to be probably my most favorite episode in the whole series. And not the whole series, in the whole season. Because that just made Fisk so much more scary.
You thought the character was going to die after that episode because they're like, oh, we're spending so much time exploring him. Of course he's going to die.
Yeah, I did. I did. I thought he was going to be good. He was not a good boy. He was not a good boy.
I do like how they use Daredevil's abilities alongside the FBI agent. Like yes. he says, look, I can't shoot where I can't see. Just no, look, trust me. There's people there. Shoot there. Done.
Yeah, that was so cool. He had to shoot through the truck, and I love the episodes where Daredevil is he's gonna throw down, so he turns out the lights first.
Yeah,
like this is his arena now. That's what it felt like every time.
He doesn't need eyes to see.
Fuck eyes. Fuck seeing. It's like fighting in the dark.
I can't see. Neither can you.
Hey, what
happened to you?
And also the episode where he was fighting in the jail cell. Not the jail cell, but he was fighting in the prison. The prison fight. They made it look like it was all one shot.
They do that a lot in Daredevil, where they edit it together to make it seem like it's all one shot when it's not. There's lots of little cool tricks that they try to cut between the different scenes. Like they use, like, okay, here's a good tip. Whenever you see anything that's a big long shot, it usually isn't. There's lots of clever little ways that they use to cut between different takes. And one of the most obvious ways of doing that is that it's secretly a cut whenever the characters aren't like on when you can't physically see them. So if the camera looks away for just a second, if they move out of shot for just a second, it's likely to be an edit where they've basically they've cut between two takes. So they used a motion controlled camera, or they've used some clever positioning of cameras or some clever masking and rotoing to cut between from one take to another. And the cleanest way to do that is just make sure the character's not on screen.
Exactly. That's always fun.
There was one way that they did this on Dunkirk. Not Dunkirk. It was 1914. And 1913. 1913. 1914. The movie called 1914, where everything appeared to be one long take. When there's like one scene, well, there's lots of these kind of scenes, but one example of these scenes are when the camera moves slightly ahead of the protagonist. So it's on a motion controlled camera so that they can control like when it is, but they move slightly ahead of the actor. He's only out of frame for like a few seconds, but in that second or so, they've cut from one take to another to make it easier to transition, because obviously when they have all these shots, they can't have it all in one big set. Like, it would take up half of France to do that. So instead, what they do is that they have all these little shooting locations that they join together using these like cute little edits and takes. And it's the same with Daredevil as well. So say, for example, in season 2, when Daredevil is fighting through all of the like that biker
The
gang.
armor on that missile
Uh-huh.
launcher.
And he goes from the hallway to the stairwell. There's a very obvious edit that when it's obviously there's a stairwell set and there's a corridor set, and to transition between the
I need you
two,
to lower the
they've
bridges.
zoomed in close on the door, and Daredevil like moves out of the way just as someone comes in to attack him from behind. They slam into the door, and the door opens into the stairwell. But they're two different sets.
Oh, that's so cool. I love those little tricks. I love learning about those little
But
tricks.
like I can never unsee them now, just purely because like I'm just so trained to know these things and to see them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the problems with my VFX brain, is that I see things.
You see things now.
Cobra offline. I've got 2 in support.
I love one shot takes. Like they, or at least they try to appear like that. I'm
Yeah.
like a baby that does not understand object permanence, and you can easily fool me.
It does require a lot of like tricks and skill to make it seem like it's one take, and I think the effect it achieves, it doesn't take away at all. Like it works smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
Like if you can achieve the same result for what is essentially like just working a bit smarter, that's brilliant.
There was also that one scene in the second season where they made it look like there's an elevator in the cave, but then you told me it was a separate location and they just pan the camera up.
Yeah. It's not a separate location. What's happening is that the elevator isn't going. No, sorry, the elevator can't go down because the set they're shooting on is on the ground floor. So what they do is that they like use visual effects to make it look like the elevator goes down when it doesn't. And it even has perspective shift on the inside. So like the inside of the elevator shifts perspective. And I don't know if that's like purely visual effect or how they've achieved that. But I just know that it's not real.
That's wild. That stuff is wild to me. It's so fun.
I can only guess and speculate on how they've achieved it. But it's just not real.
You've got your artistic eye, as Shadiversity would say.
Well, it's not my artistic eye. My artistic eye is like knowing kind of like what looks good. It's sort of like my visual effects eye, where like you know how all this is made. You know like how to spot problems with things. Like as a visual effects artist, you very easily know when something doesn't have shadows. Because that's one of the things that you're trained to notice, like in lighting and how it connects with everything around it.
Oh, so
because a lot of visual effects is how things interact. Notice? Yeah. So, for example, there's a shot in Star Trek 2009 where the Enterprise is being built on the planet, and what I noticed this very easily, and the fact that there's a giant spaceship, and they've shot this on some kind of like electrical plant or refinery or something. So there's an actual physical site, but they've CGI'd in this big ship on top of it, as well as these like booms to hold the ship up as they're constructing it. The ship is not projecting any shadows.
Oh.
There's no shadows being projected by that ship whatsoever.
Oh,
it is, and I can see that.
They all messed up.
No one noticed that. I'm probably one of the first people to notice that as like a visual effects goof. But like I was watching that film with Glib, and like he didn't notice it, but I did, and I hadn't noticed it before either. But like since I trained in visual effects, that's something I noticed straight away.
That's so cool.
He heard you boys coming from a mile away. Those pointy ears aren't just for show, you know.
I can tell you VFX guys, you don't fuck around, because you know the science of lighting, and you know the science of like fooling your eyes into thinking something looks real, which is nuts. Alex Halo is in the chat. What's going on, man? And he says, that reminds me of a time an animal rights activist used those camera effects to make it look like a movie studio was forcing a dog into a water by combining recordings from 2 different days. Also, he could get some clout. Oh, wow. That's fucky, dude. Animal rights activists are just the strangest people. Their sets of morals just confound me every day.
Because everything's through the lens of, if it seems to support animals, it's good. That's the entire frame of how they view good and bad, and how they should motivate their actions.
Right.
And the core of it's something which I think is very admirable. It's the idea that we should look after animals, we should avoid animal abuse, we should keep farms responsible for how they treat animals, etc. You shouldn't harm animals unnecessarily. I think a lot of people agree to that. But then I think a lot of the time when you focus everything into an ideology and you only look at that through that ideological lens, your view of the world kind of becomes a bit distorted by it, and everything becomes an echo chamber where everything becomes far more extreme. That's the true problem with animal rights activists.
Yeah, it's a good template to go off of in how to view ideology. What I noticed was, as far as politically, the right wing has been calling for unity lately, simply because they're starting to what I'm noticing is that the right wing is starting to realize that having so much of a diverse opinion is not really getting them anywhere, so they don't really have views that can mobilize. Meanwhile, the left wing is so quote unquote unified that they easily browbeat anyone who falls out of that mold. So much so that even Destiny himself, the leftist streamer, the blue-haired leftist streamer Destiny, is like, nah, I'm fucking done with this. He left. And he does not want anything to do with the progressives anymore because they've become too far. They've gone too far in their methods. So now I'm wondering, is the individualism of ideas a good thing or a bad thing? Because it seems like it's only good when you want to mobilize legal sway. They have a lot of power. Meanwhile, but when you have legal power, then the individual falls by the wayside, so it comes at the individual's expense. Meanwhile, when your party is individualistic, it's good for the individual, but it's not going to mobilize the legal sway of any given country. Does that make sense?
Yeah. There's a lot of questions which revolve around, okay, so here's a classical conundrum. If you want a good economy, do you the only way you can give workers' rights is if everyone kind of agrees to play by the same rules of, oh shit, what the fuck's happening there? It's it's that thing. If everyone kind of agrees to it, because otherwise what happens is you get undersold by people that don't have workers' rights, they have the cheaper workers, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So the people that exploit the workers are often much more powerful and make so much more money at the expense of the individual. And the conundrum is, does might make right? Just because it works, does that make it the right thing to do? Because you what at what expense are you achieving?
I see. Yeah. It's just a weird catch-22. A dilemma, so to speak.
It's a dilemma where no matter what you do, you can win, but at what expense are you winning? There's lots of people that you're hurting to get if you're trying to become the major economy. There are sacrifices that you have to make, which are at the expense of the individual, but they can help the greater whole, the country, become far more powerful.
Exactly.
And I tend to think that my reasoning is better to be to side on something like the individual, which it might damage you in
Okay, now we're done playing soldiers.
like
Let's have some real fun.
economically, and allow people to take advantage by not doing those. But the same thing, like, is it really worth it to basically win, but then everyone kind of loses anyway?
Right, exactly.
Like, you can have, it's more important to have diverse ideas and to have that diversity of thought, which is going to benefit you in the long run, than it is to have a unified thought that benefits you and makes you more powerful in the short term, but is probably going to hurt you a lot more in the long term, as you're just creating an echo chamber of extremes where it doesn't encourage any thought or improvement. Because, like, if everyone's got the same argument and same beliefs, it becomes very easy to dissuade, to kind of like debunk in front of other people who aren't sort of like who are trying to get into the posse, like trying to get into your beliefs.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you realize how this works.
So in the short term, it might seem like it's a good idea for everyone to believe the same thing and to toe the same line. And, just let's say I want to support my political side for my political side's sake, because that's what benefits me. That's what benefits, and if it benefits my side, that's a good thing, right? But if your political side becomes nothing more than an echo chamber of extremes, in the long run, it's going to hurt it. I hear many people argue things like, why? Okay, let's say in terms of Star Wars, like, obviously there's sides in Star Wars. People have said, why do you criticize Doomcop? Why do you criticize, like, all these people who are against, like, Disney Star Wars? And I think the reason why is because in the long term, it's just going to hurt you to not call out, like, this kind of, like, stupid shit. I'm not going to support you simply because we share an opinion on, like, an end goal. Yeah, a very loosely defined end goal as well. A very vague and arbitrary same side. When it's much better to keep people in check. It's much better to have a diversity of thought and opinion. It's very short-sighted to think, oh, well, you're hurting our side by, not towing the line, or by causing drama by calling someone out on their bullshit, when this bullshit needs to be, like, called out on, or it needs to be if you're just going to say stupid things like, oh, okay, let's take Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
If Critical Drinker goes out and he says that Rebel Moon is bad because it's woke, I'm going to say, Critical Drinker, that's stupid. That's
very uncritical of you.
It's a very weird criticism to make about something which I find it very difficult to see as, like, a woke product. It's just bad.
Right.
And
we both agree it's bad, but the reasons why we think it's bad is very different.
Yeah, so I'm not going to agree with him just simply because we both agree the film's bad. I'm going to agree with him if I think his arguments have merit. And through that, in some vague hope, it will make people encourage diversity of thought and critical thought, because it's not just critical thought is one of the bigger advantages in my mind. If you can have people who talk about the Zack Snyder's films and they actually have critical thought to think, then they have a much better chance of having a productive discussion and swaying more people through, like, word of mouth, or actually not making your side look like a fucking idiot.
Right. The interesting thing is,
like, so I get what you're saying with, like, should we, like, all agree for the greater good, but I just don't subscribe to that philosophy. Whereas it might be the way I see it is, it's advantage in the short term. It's not an advantage in the long term, because you need critical thought. You need to call out on bullshit, and you need to encourage people to be not just be overall right, but also, like, right in what they're specifically saying, because it will hurt you in the long run if they go out there, they say something stupid, and then say, a Zack Snyder fan, here's that stupid argument, and that gives validation to their own beliefs and opinions, and that they gives them validation to basically not listen to anyone that disagrees with them.
Exactly. The way I see it, it's like a stained glass window. You know, a stained glass window is made of different segments of different colors, right?
Mhm.
The more fragmented a stained glass window gets, the closer it gets into turning sand, right? And that's like the individual. That's like the extreme of individualism. When
Mhm.
the stained glass window just turns to sand because we all have our little bit of the window. Meanwhile, unity is just having a window that's just a singular color. There's no beauty in just the singular color of stained glass window. So, what is that golden mean in the middle where both the individual is respected as well as being able to make sway in the world? Make sense?
Yeah.
Because we all want to change the world. We all want to improve the world in some way, shape, or form. We want to see things do well,
That now I don't.
within
I want
our
to see the world burn.
we just
Fuck the
want to see the
world.
world burn. We want to see we want to see improvement within our legal system, in our country, in our in our churches, within our community, all that kind of thing. But that can't happen without unity. But then we also have our individual ideas in case unity goes too far off the deep end. And then we have unity when individualism goes far off the deep end. My belief is that the golden mean of virtue
There's something
is
funny about the idea of extremist, like someone that's extreme in the idea of individualism. Man, I'm so like it's funny to imagine someone going off the deep end in the idea of individualism. Man, I'm so for individualism. like what does an extreme individualist look like? I guess that's just like an anarchist.
not
Like
really.
it's just someone that kind of like believes in anarchy.
No, it would just be there's not an individual that is an extreme individualist. But when a society or when a country is so individualist where there's no fucking laws anymore, or basically
That's an
be anarchy.
anarchist.
Yeah, basically, or just like there are no road rules. Like we have individual cars that need to drive on the road and we need to obey traffic laws, but we have to stay within our own space in order to not crash.
Like,
If we
so I see what you mean now in terms of like a car-focused society versus like a public transportation car. So like a city where everything's designed for where the cars getting around versus a city that's designed for walking and public transportation.
I'm not understanding what you mean by the got lost.
So the idea is like of these two like ideas. So like an extreme individualist would be like someone in like I need to use my car and I need a big car. It's my freedom to have a car and I'm going to drive my car everywhere and it's a car oriented society where you have to drive a car to get fucking literally anywhere, even if it's like off to the shops or 5 minutes down the road. You have to use a car. Whereas like the opposite is like everything's reliant on public transportation and walking.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. So like think of like America, where every instance of American public transportation kind of goes to shit because people are a little bit too individualistic, right? And they think they kind of be special and they think they could just do whatever they want in a public space like that. So we just have cars. But then you think of, say, Japan, and they are a collectivist society in which, there's even an etiquette to driving to riding the train. It's like you don't make noise, you don't be on your phone, you don't cross your legs, you don't have your bags everywhere, that kind of thing. They're very anal about that. But where's the golden mean? Where is it? Kyle Rocket says, the thing that both political sides have in common is the refusal to call out their own bullshit. And I can attest to that, yes. Go ahead, Shiny, I cut you off.
I think the best kind of like middle ground is probably it's contextual, based on where you are. Like one thing there's one thing which I think a lot of people don't think about enough. So like, when they think about like economic policies will work based or not work based on the context of where they are. So let's say I want to introduce nationalized healthcare into my country. Me introducing national healthcare into my country depends on how much money I give it, how much education I have, like how many doctors are there in the country. There are many factors that play into this.
Right.
So say, for example, if I'm a very rich country that has a lot of natural resources, I can very easily like put a lot of the tax into that because I'm rich. Why? Yeah, I can very easily afford a national healthcare service. Like, why not? But that's difficult to do in a country where, let's say, it's like economically failing, where they can't afford all this. They don't have enough doctors being trained. They don't have enough of this, that, and the other. There are lots of context into what makes a policy work and doesn't work, but people will use like, the national healthcare system in Canada did this, and therefore national healthcare systems never work. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like there are like contextual
Why else
reasons.
do you think we have poor people in the country? Just print more money.
Yeah, or another one. So the concept of green power. Green power can work very well for a country like Iceland, which has a lot of geothermal activity. They can power like their entire country based on, or their entire cities based on geothermal power. It's that abundant, and it's clean, and it's safe, and there's no problems with it. It's very easy for them to do. It's very affordable for them to do. There are actually even parts of Iceland which get hot water for free, like like piped straight to them.
You need to find Scarecrow.
But that's not something that you can do in a country that doesn't have a lot of geothermal activity. Right, that's an economic policy that is just impossible to do because of the context that you exist in. You can't just say, hey, look, geothermal power works because this one country does it. Or you can't say it doesn't work because this country doesn't do it. It's based on the context it exists in.
Right, like if a country makes gas, then gas is basically free. But if you're not a country that makes gas, gas is kind of expensive.
Yeah.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Like it's based on size. It's based on culture. It's based on like what natural resources the country have. If a country's economic policy is based on foreign imports, like it's Egypt. A lot of Egypt's economy is based on like the Suez Canal. It is based on the like taxing goods that run through the canal. That means that they exist in certain economic context that anything that they do to fuck with that is basically fucking up their main revenue stream. But that would not be the case for a country that doesn't revolve around the idea of like stuff going through them. Like America could much more easily tax goods running through their territory simply because it's not their main that's a terrible example. I'm sorry. I'm trying to come up with these examples on the fly. It's you get the idea of all these different
factors and all that.
Like you can get a country like China that's very it only really kind of works because everything is faked and everything is built as a collectivist society to benefit the government rather than the individual, as well as like it's built on mass manufacturing and building everything cheaper than everyone else.
Oh yeah.
But a country like Germany, for example, which is not about cheap manufacturing, and the general idea of German engineering is the idea you go quality over quantity, those same economic policies that work for China would not work for Germany.
Okay.
So it wouldn't work for Taiwan, which obviously they're about kind of like the quality of their and advancement of their computer chips. It wouldn't work for many countries, I suppose.
We tried to do that with milk.
That's the point.
You know that?
Do what with milk?
America tried to make milk a commodity, basically, to a point where we had such a surplus of milk that the government had to make so much cheese out of it that the government took the surplus of milk. They bought the surplus of milk. They made a shit ton of cheese out of it, and they just stuffed it all in some caves and just anywhere they could shove it, and it like started to rot. I shit you not, this happened in like the 60s. So basically they wanted to keep the price of milk down artificially, pretty much. And so basically, they told the farmers, like, hey, any milk that's not bought, the government will buy it. So, of course, all the farmers tried to milk as much as they could to milk the system, get it? So, the government bought all of this milk and all of this. So, they took the milk and they turned it into cheese. Because, like, what else do you do with milk? Fucking make cheese, I don't know. And then they
Well,
just
I suppose otherwise it's gonna spoil like pretty easily as well. Like it's gonna.
Yeah. So like a decade or so later, it was brought to the government like, "Hey, we have so much cheese and it's rotting. Just everywhere in the country, it's just rotting." So, in the 90s, the government realized that they turned themselves into an economic whale, where if that whale disappeared, then the price of milk would go up so high that nobody could afford milk anymore. So the government tried to make a lot of campaigns towards the American people so that way they could buy more, so that way they can compel them to buy more milk. So there was something called the Got Milk campaign. Do you know the Got Milk campaign? It's
Only because of
basically
Rick and Morty.
yeah, it was a real thing, where like celebrities and TV shows were were trying to induce people to buy more milk. It wasn't a milk brand; it was just the concept of drinking more milk, and trying to educate people on how good milk is for you.
Oh, that's gonna go well.
Yeah. So, and not only that,
That's not gonna cause a lot of people to become obese because of the high fat content of milk.
you know that now that you say that, that kind of makes sense now. Not only that, they were also compelling stores and schools to. That's why, like in the early 2000s and in the 90s, I'm not sure if you had this, but it was an option to get a carton of milk with your lunch all the time, chocolate milk or regular milk. Did you have that?
No.
You didn't have cartons of milk? Yeah, that is like
No.
a staple in the
I
American.
remember in like American teen dramas, and I remember in like American cartoons like The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we ever had that in the UK. No, wait. I think I remember something similar when I was very, very young, like maybe in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Like when I was like maybe 5. I think I remember milk cartons, but I think after that they kind of became like juice, like orange juice and apple juice and stuff.
Oh yeah. And they also like compelled restaurants to stuff cheese wherever they can. That's why we have cheesy options in a lot of menus. Where you could just
So
like
that's why America's just fucking obsessed with cheese.
yes, yes. So like pizza parlors were compelled to put extra cheese on the pizzas. Pizza Hut invented the stuffed crust pizza, and which is basically just a roll of cheese that's rolled into the crust of the pizza. Then, then what happened? Um, it just the consumption of milk and dairy basically tripled by the time of that campaign. To a point where there was a whole like milk secret society. It was fucking insane. I have to show you. I got this from Wendigoon. I freaking love Wendigoon. Do you know who Wendigoon is? You've probably seen him on Twitter. I like his shit.
No, I don't know who that is.
He was the one who made the video on like the funniest death in history, and it was the one of Franz Ferdinand, or the guy that won World War II and he was a double agent. That's the guy. I think.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think I've seen those.
Yeah, it was Wendigoon who was talking about the cheese caves, the fucking cheese caves, and yeah, the American people just consumes more cheese than even the Italians. Like we are the top consumer of cheese and of dairy, which is hilarious because I'm lactose intolerant, by the way. I will consume the cheese.
I love that you'll say, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna get ice cream. It's like, no, Erie, don't get ice cream. Like, I know how this goes. Like, just please don't.
Yes.
It's like, no, but I really want ice cream. I'm hungry for ice cream. It's like, no, don't do this. No. And then you're like, oh, I've eaten the ice cream. It's like, get the yogurt. Get the yogurt right fucking now. It's like, no, get the fucking yogurt, please, for the love of God. And then
more dairy.
And then you no, because like with yogurt, do you remember? It helps you because it has lactase in it, and because it has lactase, it stops you from the lactose intolerant reaction. And it's like and you just for some reason just don't listen. I'm actively trying to help you. I'm actively trying to make you not feel like shit. Be like, no, I don't need yogurt. Nah, I'm fine. I don't need it. Oh, don't worry, I'll be fine eating ice cream. And the next thing I know, it's like, oh, I'm dying. I'm literally dying. Oh, I feel horrible. It's like, if only someone was trying to stop that.
Yeah.
If only someone had warned you to like do everything that you could to fucking avoid a horrible, terrible stomachache.
Yesterday I had a giant chocolate parfait, and I knew what I was doing was wrong. I had it anyway. I was struggling later on, but you know, it did scratch that itch for chocolate. You know what I mean? And that's why we have 3 flavors of milk in the United States. Did you know we have 3 flavors of milk?
Well, chocolate, strawberry, and banana.
Banana? What? No, not banana.
What are the flavors?
It's just regular chocolate and strawberry. That's it. Where are
you don't have banana
from?
flavored milk?
No.
Really?
Banana flavored
We have that
milk.
here. Yeah, like banana milkshake.
I've never heard of that.
You never had a banana milkshake?
No. Oh, a banana milkshake? But just straight up banana. No. Are they good?
Banana milkshakes.
They're usually banana strawberry milkshakes, not just banana milkshakes.
No, like we have like just straight banana milkshakes. They're pretty good.
Huh. I'll have to try when I go over there.
Like, you don't have banana milkshakes in America?
No, we don't.
America's the land of the fucking milkshake. What the fuck do you mean you don't have banana milkshakes?
We don't. It's just strawberry.
Like, over here, like it's just like there's 3 flavors. Sometimes there's like a 4th one with like toffee ice cream.
Wait, is it? Do you mean milkshake or like a smoothie?
Milkshake.
Voice print failure.
Yeah, milkshake. Fuck no, we don't have banana milkshakes. We just have strawberry or chocolate milkshakes.
Harley's changed the voice code access.
That's so weird. I feel like you've just like destroyed my perspective on America.
They don't have banana milkshakes. How dare. Xerxes says that they have banana flavored milk in Texas. We don't have them where I live. But...
I've noticed that Americans have this weird thing about like against.
It's been a while.
Sorry, I have to synthesize that voice.
Batman could just have me do the impression. It's me, Harley Quinn. Open the door. Alex Halo says the Japanese tourist town has been so annoyed with the tourists recently that they built a fence to block the site of a mountain so the tourists can't take pics of it and can't go there anymore. I'm not gonna lie, I think the Japanese just hate Americans, but I think for good reason as well. Ever since what we did to Assassin's Creed, I don't blame them.
You know, I had this almost for a second, but I tried to play around with it, and now I've lost it. Damn it.
Okay, I'll be quiet for a second.
That's fine. There you go. Processing? Have I got it? 100%. There we go.
Woo!
Voice calibration complete.
Oh, that's weird. They could say some very terrible things.
The voice synthesizer voice and open the door.
I think that we should commit a cultural genocide.
Let's all commit genocide. What do you say, Mr.
I'm gonna say the N-word. Sorry, what was I saying about Americans like seem to have this strange like irk when it comes to like putting fruit into like sweet treats for some reason. Okay, like say for example.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Over here in Britain, we love like putting fruit and like sweet things together. Like we have like jammy Dodgers. We have like orange chocolate. But like when I remember when I told you about like Terry's chocolate orange.
Yeah.
You were so confused and like disgusted by the prospect. You're like, what? You like have an like it's orangey chocolate? Like how does that work? What?
Yeah, and then I tried it recently. I bought one over Christmas. It was so weird. They like all,
good,
all of the parts break off. Huh?
It's good, isn't it? Like I love. I think like mixing fruit with chocolate is very tasty.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Go out.
To be quite honest,
Get that chopper down here now.
I'm gonna let this cutscene play out a little bit.
Jig up, boob jiggle. Even in a corset.
Don't even think about coming back down here until he's dead. You hear me?
Okay, so I thought that chocolate orange had like a jam inside of it that was orange flavored. It was just chocolate with orange jam inside.
No, it's orange extract
in the chocolate.
Yeah,
it's in the chocolate.
It's orange oil extract, which has been extracted from the skin of the orange, and it's been
What's confusing me is how the hell she found your top secret
been
backpack
like
back there.
mixed with the chocolate itself, and it makes that like orange chocolate flavor.
Yeah, like my family tried a bit of it, and they were like, "Wow, that's weird. That's so weird."
I think maybe what it is that like okay, I've had something I've been thinking about quite recently. There's a sort of commonality between countries that are rich to have like bad food, if you know what I mean. And when you
food?
No, like like as in like their food tends to be either bland or just full of fat and sugar and salt, and that's all they do.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And my somewhat like theory is that like when you have just so much money that you can just afford to put more and more sugar in it, that's it doesn't force you to become like creative in how you make something taste interesting. It's just more sugar, more syrup, more this, that, and the other. And that becomes the only solution to how you ever solve any kind of food to make it taste better. Whereas countries that are poorer, that can't afford sugar, have to find more interesting ways to make their food taste better.
I mean, not to tear you down, Shiny, but you're kind of from the Great Britain, which is kind of famous for their bland food, so you're kind of one to talk, aren't you?
Looks like a bad
better food than Americans. If you actually go to like a proper like restaurant, the food you can get there is pretty good.
Beans on toast, head ass.
But like, what is the difference when it comes to like when you view British food? A lot of what people talk about with British food tends to be like poorer food.
That is true, yes.
And what I mean, like, so like beans on toast is not like something which I would say is the most amazing shit ever. Like, it was better when like beans had more salt in them, I would say.
How often do you think the Queen of England ate beans on toast?
Probably never, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like beans on toast is something that I've never had. Well, I haven't. No, I haven't. I've never had it. I haven't had it in a while. But I always like the way I see it. It's always been something that your dad makes, right? Like your dad doesn't really cook. He doesn't really know how to make much, but like, and he needs to go in for work, and like, he doesn't have much time. He doesn't want to spend a long time making you something, so he'll spend 5 minutes making you beans on toast.
Yeah,
it's somewhat all right. It tastes interesting. It tastes like tomato, etc. And like it's nutritious. It's more than enough for like nutrition for any kids.
Alex Halo says everyone knows Britain doesn't have food; they eat and drink tea.
So that's just kind of like the way I've always viewed beans on toast. But the way you see some Americans talk about beans on toast is like that's all we ever fucking eat. Is like, I mean, like, okay, look, I do occasionally commit some food atrocities, just because I don't have time to make like something. Like, I've got. Do you know what I ate today?
What did you eat? I'm scared.
Meatballs in tomato sauce with rice.
With rice?
Yeah.
My son, the fuck you doing? You will not be eating that in my presence.
It was something I could. Look, it's something I could literally make in 5 minutes. So it's like microwavable bag of rice. You throw it in the microwave. It's done in 3 minutes.
Microwave your fucking rice. Wait. Do you? Where did you get the rice? If
Iceland.
you microwave the rice, that means you reheated it, huh?
It's Iceland. No, it's in a steam bag. It basically it steams the rice inside of the bag.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? How does that work?
Well, because if so, the microwaves excite the water, which turns it into steam, and the steam can't go anywhere, so it steams the rice.
Oh. No. Ew, no. 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 What? No. Don't tell me. No, don't tell me you do that.
Look,
that's not how you make rice.
I know that's not how you make rice, but like you can make steamed rice, for example. But the
elevator's clear.
Like.
Okay, guys, stay calm. We'll be okay.
But then again, I have tried to make rice in the kettle.
Look,
so.
listen here. For the past 4 months, I've been going into uni at like 12 o'clock, like just having lunch, and I get back at like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock ish. Okay, I do not have much time to make food. I'm quite literally in the computer labs all day.
I gotcha.
Like I get a chance to have breakfast. I get a chance to be at home a little bit, do some shopping, and then I go in at 12 for 9 hours straight and get back late. That is my day. I don't have a chance when I get back. I don't have a chance to make anything.
Okay, all right. I'll concede. I get what you're saying. I've tried to make rice in a kettle before. It did not work out, by the way. But touche. Fair point.
And also, considering that Americans fucking microwave their water to make tea, shut the fuck up.
You got me. Michael O'Brien is in the chat. What's going on, Michael O'Brien? Never seen you before. Good to see a new face around here. I was very disappointed in Deacon Blackfire in this game. The Cult is one of my favorite Batman comics, but the side quest it's based on is very weak. Yeah, buddy.
Drone sensors are temporary.
Alex Halo, he says, time to tell you the thing I used to eat as a kid that confused my parents. Fruit Loops with ketchup. Did you like put the ketchup in like milk and then put the Fruit Loops on top? Or did you put the Fruit Loops in the bowl and put ketchup on top the way you do your fries? That sounds cursed as hell. And second of all, why would you do that? That's cursed. I remember you shared with me a photo of something you had for lunch, Shiny. It was rice. It was rice with eggs, with beans, and salchichas. It drove me nuts.
Wait, what's that? Wait, sorry.
Vienna sausages.
What?
Vienna sausages. The Spanish word for them is salchichas.
Well, what's a Vienna sausage again?
Yeah.
No. What's a Vienna sausage?
The canned sausages. They come in short little cans.
Oh, I know what you're on about. It was the okay. I don't remember like what I fucking had this is. It wasn't rice. It was I bought a tin of baked beans in tomato. Sausages and baked beans in tomato sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it on something. It wasn't rice. It was something else. Might have been pasta. Something like it was literally just something. Like, look again. It was something I threw together because I didn't have time to sit down and make something.
You will not be eating like that in my presence, my boy. My Latina. I will not let you. Never. You will eat something worth your while.
I don't like
That is a
Look,
promise.
if you want to go and spend the time to cook for like 40 minutes, okay, then it's like that's your loss, okay?
My brother in Christ, a BLT sandwich does not even take 5 minutes.
Stay calm. We'll get through this.
Especially if you get like pre-cooked bacon.
You can't survive with BLT sandwiches.
Yes, you can.
You
It's got
can't.
protein. It's got vegetables.
That's not how it works.
What do you mean it's not how it works?
Oh shit! You made me fucking walk into a turret.
Alex Halo says he had ketchup on the side and dipped the Fruit Loops in the ketchup. There was no milk. What is wrong with you, Alex Halo? Why would you do this? Jason Jegson Voorhees says, "Keep your Vienna sausage covered, Shiny. It's a whole."
No, sorry, I remember what it was. Yeah, it was scrambled egg with baked beans and sausages. That was it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that was it.
Jokers. 3. Something's wrong with the old
Look,
guy.
That's his friend.
It wasn't that bad. It literally was just making it for like the sake of having something to eat.
Okay.
That's
Have a
it.
banana.
What's wrong?
Buy bananas.
You can't survive on just eating a banana.
You can have a banana for breakfast. What I do is I have breakfast protein bars, and that's my breakfast.
Come here. I've seen the type of cereals like Americans eat for breakfast. Okay, like don't start coming at me about breakfast. Like what I have for breakfast is way fucking better than your fucking Lucky Charms that has like marshmallows and sugar in it.
Mm-hmm.
So like don't come at me. I have like fucking porridge and cornflakes and shit.
Do you know what Frosted Flakes are?
Good for
First off, I want to read Jegson Voorhees' comment. I think he said something hilarious. He said, "Keep your Vienna sausage covered, Shiny. This is a wholesome Christian family show hosted by people with repressed kings."
them, but it's nice to see loyalty.
That's hilarious. He also says, "Classic Shiny, blaming his woman for his mistakes."
Well, I'm doing the who's the blue hair of Life is Strange, Life is Cringe.
Oh, Chloe?
Chloe. Yeah, I'm doing a Chloe. I can't accept my own mistakes because that means that I'm at fault. Fuck that. And I think it's unironically hilarious that the fact that they make her aware of what she's doing makes her infinitely more like a terrible person.
Oh yeah.
She's aware that it's her fault, but she just doesn't want to accept it.
But you're still supposed to like her. She's the best
Chloe's a
friend.
fucking bitch. Like she's a horrible person. Oh shit! They can still see you through the smoke.
Michael O'Brien, cornflakes were invented by a Quaker who thought it could prevent men from playing with their sausages. That's a true story, by the way. I know that story. It is Kellogg. His name was Dr. Kellogg. Michael Kellogg, I think. I could be wrong. It was Kellogg. And Kellogg brought back circumcision for regular people that were not Jewish because he thought that would cause men to be less horny in life. Because, yeah, I don't know why. That's just something that just kept going. Yes, thank you for this fun fact, Michael O'Brien. But do you know what Frosted Flakes are in the United States?
What are Frosted Flakes?
Yeah. Do you know Tony the Tiger? You know
Yeah, I know what Tony the Tiger is. We have him in the UK as well.
The thing about Tony the Tiger is like he's like a sporty tiger who plays sports. But like they made the Frosted Flakes cereal out to be like, oh, this is the breakfast of the healthy sports kids. Eat your Frosted Flakes. It's literally just sugar covered cornflakes. That's it. Just coated in melted.
That's the thing with like if you want to make money on something, you advertise it as the health food. It's actually. Do you remember in Cybermen, so Age of Steel, Rose's father makes so he got rich selling a health health drink that was literally just pop.
Yeah.
It was just busy pop, but he branded it as a health drink, and he made millions.
Yeah,
and that's You made money by selling a fizzy pop to a sick world.
That's basically it. And there was a lawsuit by the FDA. There was a lawsuit of the FDA versus I think Kellogg recently. It was like in last year, like 2023. And it was basically the FDA was suing the cereal companies for advertising their cereals as being healthy on the boxes when it was had way so much sugar. And basically the defense that the cereal companies had was that it was protected under free speech. Is false advertising protected under free speech? I think the fuck not.
That's like saying, I'm protected under free speech just to fucking lie to your face and falsely advertise something.
Oh yeah. Dr. Crow's Carnival showed up. What's going on, buddy? He says cereal is unhealthy? Yes. Well, a lot of American cereals are.
Yeah. Porridge is healthy for you, it's just oats.
Tyler Preston also shows up and he says, I arrive. Erie is talking about men playing with their sausages.
Nothing changes.
Taking all these clouds.
I think secretly you just have you're just so repressed that you just talk about these without even realizing. Oh, fucker, you motherfucker! I was going to sneak up here on you.
We're talking about hashtags Cerealgate. Hashtags Cerealgate is a rabbit hole to go down.
Well, we're talking about like British versus American food. Okay, the one thing that us Brits have got you beat on is like cereal.
I've never tried British cereal, so I can't really corroborate that statement.
Well, I assume because we can't just fill it with fucking marshmallows. I've never actually seen any I've seen like chocolate cornflakes. I've seen even Frosted Flakes. I've never seen marshmallows in cereal before. And that,
do you want to try it when you come to America?
I've already tried it. I hated it. It was so like bizarre and alien to me. Okay, another thing I fucking hate. When I was in America last time, I tried sausages with maple syrup spinned in them.
Yes.
Oh my god, they were fucking disgusting.
Yes.
I hate it. It's so rank. Why did you put fucking maple syrup in sausages? What's wrong with you?
Yep. Yep. It's the sweet and the salty. I used to like it. Now I'm like, this is way too much.
It's the kind of food that fucking kids would like because it's just sugar.
Yep.
You don't just make. This is what I was talking about. Where it's like you don't just add sugar to make better food. Like, it might work. People might buy it, but it doesn't make the food better.
Here he comes.
That's true. That is true. America, we just get really liberal when it comes to sugar. We like our sugar.
Well, it's like, we can call this a health food drink because it's free speech. Ooh.
Let me speak to her.
Michael O'Brien wants to know, does Shiny know what American biscuits and gravy is?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
What do you think of it?
I've never tried it. I know what it is. It's like some weird like flaky puff pastry thing with I don't know what the fucking gravy is, to be honest. But
gravy is just regular gravy. It's like dinner gravy poured on top. People have it.
But it is like puff pastry, isn't it?
Puff pastry is like sweet, isn't it?
No, it doesn't have to be. Like you can make puff pastry sweet, but you can also make it was it like savory? Like sausage rolls. Sausage rolls are puff pastry.
Okay. I don't think so. They're not like layered like that. They're like biscuits are. Pat, help me describe a biscuit to Shiny, please. American biscuits. You know what? When you come down here, I'm going to take you to a Cracker Barrel and we're going to try biscuits and gravy.
Oh, it was bad enough when I tried what was it? fish and chip or chippers and fish in America. Fucking hell. In a
Chippers
British
and
theme, in a British themed fucking restaurant of all things. I was mortified. Look, Americans, why the fuck are you serving me what is it? Fish and chips in a fucking bucket? do you not have like plates? Have you not invented plates before?
Oh god.
Why the fuck are you giving me fish in a bucket of all things? That was the most bewildering
Do you
part
not
of the
eat
experience.
popcorn out of a bucket?
No, I'm a full-on metal bucket. It was a metal bucket that I had to eat out of.
Bucket?
They fucking put it on my table. It looked like a bucket that I would put in my like you'd use for gardening.
No fucking way, dude. No way.
What the fuck was wrong with them?
Oh gosh. It's a British themed restaurant. We put our fishes and chippos in the bucket.
And they call it chip. I asked the waitress, it's like chippers and fish. That's like fish and chips, right? And then she didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. It's like, oh, wonderful. Oh, there's another cultural difference as well. In Britain, it's not very common to like tip, like waiters, for example.
You do that over there too?
But no, it's not common. Like you can tip. It's just not very common to.
Oh.
Like it's not an expectation. You do it if you really like the service. But in America, it's an absolute. You have to tip, otherwise, like you're just being rude.
Oh yeah. It's seen as rude. It's seen as like, you know, like your server did a bad job. And also, they don't pay the server enough. Ever. So they're kind of relying on tips. Also, the chat's going bananas right now. They're like having fun with this conversation. Let's see. So I'm gonna start from the top. Jackson Voorhees, he says, Erie, if you want a fun rom-com, you and Penny should stream Fall Guy with Ryan Gosling. It has some writing problems, but it's wholesome fun. That sounds good. That sounds nice. I'll have to look that up. Michael O'Brien says, false advertisement is not protected under free speech. There is legal precedent for that. Same things like slander. Yeah.
Such a good move.
Dr. Crow's Carnival says the British is okay. This statement is protected by free speech. Jackson Voorhees says, as long as Erie is here, it's not gay to talk about sausage. He also says, I like Honey Nuts and Oats cereal, but it has just as many calories as Frosted Flakes. I also like that stuff too. I didn't know it had just as many calories as Frosted Flakes. I might as well just switch back to Frosted Flakes. Michael O'Brien says, does Shiny know that when American Biscuits... Oh, yeah, I read that already. Jackson Voorhees says, introduce Shiny to root beer floats. Do you know what a root beer float is, Shiny?
No.
It's basically ice cream on top of a root beer, and a root beer is basically just a vanilla soda.
That sounds disgusting.
Albert King's in the Wild
West. You'll have to try it. Dr. Crow's
I want to enjoy my time in America. I don't want to try disgusting things that are probably going to give me diabetes.
You're going to leave with type 2 diabetes. Dr. Crow's Carnival says sausage doesn't have sugar in it. Michael O'Brien says, I once accidentally bought maple syrup bacon thinking it was just maple smoked. It was awful. My apartment smelled like maple syrup for days. Easy, right? Oh, that is unfortunate. Jackson Voorhees says, I love breakfast corn dogs with syrup. Breakfast corn dogs with syrup? That's a thing? That actually kind of sounds nasty. Jackson Voorhees says, Shiny's throwing a lot of flack about unhealthy breakfast, but I haven't heard him suggest any alternatives yet.
Porridge.
What are your alternatives?
I have honey porridge.
Honey porridge.
Yeah.
Robin or myself.
What are the other ones? Oh, Weetabix as well.
Is that what that is?
I don't know what oatmeal is. It is oats, so maybe it is oatmeal. I don't know. But what was in my mind now? Weetabix. I love Weetabix as well.
I see.
Weetabix I find to be the easiest because it comes in set portions.
Weetabix is just a brick of grain. It's a grain brick. From what I've seen.
Grain brick, add milk, but they also come with you can get chocolate chip ones, you can get honey ones.
That just sounds like a granola bar now.
No, but you add milk.
Just put a granola bar in milk.
It's not a fucking granola bar.
This knife's
You know, bring some over.
So
Bring some of that over.
porridge actually. Okay. Fucking hell! You're
Put that
making
on
me.
the shopping
My
list.
suitcase is just gonna be full of fucking British sweet treats and things that you want me to get.
I'm having him bring.
By the way, I couldn't find any Angel Delight at the shop. I'll have to see if I can.
No, I need Angel Delight. I need it. So it says here the main difference between porridge and oatmeal is that porridge is made from a variety of whole grains, cereal, or legumes, and oatmeal is just made with oats, either rolled, flattened, or ground. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so it's got more fiber in it.
So Tyler Preston says a biscuit is sort of like a muffin, but not as sweet. It's you're in the right ballpark. It's just not a muffin. Jackson He says, "Doesn't your country serve fish and chips in a paper cone?" I'm sure I've seen that on TV. Do you serve it in a
Some
paper
places
cone?
do. Like when we usually get fish and chips, though, it's usually in like a foam takeaway box or like sometimes a cardboard box as well.
Robin, you wait here while I get behind him.
So Michael O'Brien says from Wikipedia, in the United States, in some parts of Canada, a biscuit is a quick bread, somewhat similar to an unsweetened scone. Yes, it's basically an unsweetened scone, but with a texture more fluffy and flaky versus sturdy and crumbly. Okay, so think of a scone that's more like a bread.
Testing your self-control.
You always say scone really weirdly.
Come on.
Scone?
It's like a stone. You say scone.
It's how we say scone.
Why does it? You sound more posher than the way I say it. I say scone.
You say
it's a
scone?
scone.
It's a scone. Jackson he says, so you're complaining that they gave you a better made container than you get in Britain? Oh, a bucket? You're complaining that they gave you a bucket, which is better than a paper cone.
Anything happens to her?
Oh, we got a cutscene.
Yeah.
Is she like a therapist now?
And if Batman
What?
sees how you've treated me, he's gonna knock out you and
That's
you.
Harley, right?
No, it's not.
Maybe not you.
Oh.
So she's a woman that got infected with the Joker's blood.
And you.
Oh, yeah.
So
okay.
each one of them is supposed to represent a different part of the Joker, and she represents his obsession with the Batman.
Anyway,
I gotcha.
when he's done with you chumps, me and Bats will have this place all to ourselves. So get out there and make him show you how much he wants me.
I was reading Dr. Crow's Carnival Comics
Let's go.
comment.
What was that one?
He says, just to let you know, you're 2 weeks off our denied Erie. I don't count the British as a reasonable excuse. In fact, working on an American comic to combat the incoming invasion is required. Well, sorry. Looks like I'm going to have to go on strike, Dr. Crow. Jackson he says, ask Shiny what he hates about pizza. There's no way he'll enjoy something that good. Have you ever had a pizza, Shiny?
Of course, if I can have pizza. The problem is that, like, when it comes to pizza, here's the thing. It's like, it's so many fucking calories. Like, it is wild.
Yes. It's an American staple, though.
I hate it when pizza's like so fat and greasy. Like, it always makes me feel like I'll enjoy the shit out of it, but I'll feel disgusting afterwards. And like I tend to not really like lean towards like fat, greasy foods.
I feel ya.
Like even fish and chips, I sometimes feel disgusting after eating. Oh fuck.
Jackson he says, okay guys, gotta go. Time to watch Clarkson's Farm.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I love Clarkson's Farm.
Hell yeah, dude. Go. He says you're not. He also says, I'm informed that Shiny weighs about 30 scone. You weigh 30 scone, Shiny?
Of course.
He says you're not supposed to eat the entire pie, Shiny, just 2 slices.
What?
You said you feel gross after eating a pizza, but he says you're not supposed to eat the entire pizza pie, just 2 slices. That's enough slices.
I'm confused.
Well, you said you feel gross after eating a pizza because it's like it's all greasy and stuff, and he's assuming that you're eating the entire pie, and that's why you feel gross. Because anyone would feel gross after eating a whole pie.
Our pizzas aren't as big as American pizzas.
Oh, they're not?
Yeah, American pizzas are fucking huge.
How big are British pizzas?
I want to say 6-7 inch.
Not even a foot? That's wild. That's tiny. That's like a personal pizza, dude. But like, there's a really great American pizza place over here. I'm from New York, okay? I only tolerate New York pizzas. Okay?
What's a New York pizza?
I will make sure you figure that out. You will figure that out. A New York pizza, they just make it different. It's hard to explain, but it's very different.
It's just different, okay?
Tyler Preston says British pizzas are made out of marmalade. Yeah, a New York style pizza. One slice is huge. But the crust is not like bread. I've had pizzas here down south where the crust is just straight up bread, just like the flat part, like underneath.
So it's a thin crust.
Yes.
I like a thin. I love a thin crust.
Yes, it's all a very, very thin crust. And then like the crust, there's the crust on the bottom, which is thin, and then the crust on the back, which is crispy. Like they crisp that shit up. And it's really good. And the only way you eat it in New York is you have to fold the pizza so that way it doesn't flop down and all the contents come off. You have to fold it in half and eat it like it's a taco.
Time to find a high.
And if you really want to go full New Yorker, you have to dip it in ranch dressing sauce.
He's yours, Robin.
And then eat it. That's the best way to have it.
I need to get to a raised position so I can cover Batman when he strikes.
Dr. Crow's Carnival says that's like, so a 7-inch pizza is like a medium-sized pizza there. This is Pixity Crow's wife stealing his phone when he isn't looking. That's not even a medium. That's like the kind of like stuff you get from like the personal pizzas you get from the grocery store, which are nasty, dude. I don't know. Oh, Jackson Voorhees, let's horrify Shiny by telling him about stuffed crust pizza. I told him about that a little bit ago.
I know about stuffed crusts.
Yeah, stuffed crusts. It's like when it was part of the whole.
Do you know the first time I learned about stuffed crust?
When?
Despicable Me.
That's where you learned about it?
I learned about literally because the girls.
Yeah. The girls
that's where I learned about it. Yeah.
Can we get stuffed crust? I'll stuff you all in the crust. So yeah, basically they put the cheese inside of the crust, and that was an invention of Pizza Hut, and they were actually intimidated by the government to do that, Jegson. You got to look into it. Look up YouTube Wendigoon cheese caves. All right. It's a rabbit hole to go down.
He has no idea that I'm choking his friend out behind him. Kinky.
He's got another. You boys need a new boss. A better boss. A maniacal.
Dr. Crow's Carnival says, since y'all were talking about biscuits, what about some biscuits and gravy? That stuff is delicious. Yeah, we were just talking about that. But I had everybody try to describe what a biscuit is to Shiny because he doesn't even know what that is. I will have to show him. Do y'all think I should take him to like? I'm gonna take him to a Cracker Barrel. I might take him to a KFC and I might take him to a Bojangles. Bojangles. It's a very southern thing over here. There's Bojangles. I'm wondering if I should give him like the American experience or the Southern experience. What do y'all think, chat? Should I give him the Southern experience or the American experience?
You heard Harley. Fight Batman.
Jackson Voorhees says, "Hey Shiny, for a future stream, why don't you and Erie play Deadpool the video game?" Oh, what do you think of that one? I've heard that one's pretty fun. I've seen bits of it.
I've never actually played it. That I'm aware of it. I'm unsure like why that of all things is the suggestion.
Well, it's another action game. It's got good humor. Deadpool's in it.
It's so much more like sexual and crass than you'd probably think.
Oh my!
This is Deadpool in like before the Deadpool movie, which kind of like toned that down a bit.
The Deadpool movie was toned down in comparison.
Yeah.
Jeez, dude.
Like we're talking about a video game where Daredevil, Deadpool, where Deadpool like tries to smush his face in like Rogue's tits, but then turns out to be Wolverine.
No, it turned out to be Kane, not Kane, fucking Cable.
Oh, Cable, that's it. Yeah, it was.
I saw that
smushed
clip.
his face in Cable's tits. That's okay.
I remember Cable pointed somewhere and he's like, "Look, a big-breasted woman. Where?" And it was like an attack coming. It was really funny.
I don't see him.
I have two votes for the Southern to give Shiny the Southern experience. Jackson Voorhees says make him eat crayfish and boudin balls. I've never had boudin balls, but I have eaten crayfish.
What the fuck is a boudin ball?
I honestly don't know. Boudin balls. Maybe I've had it, but I didn't know what it was.
Oh.
Oh, I think I know what these are. Yeah, I've had these. These are like oh my gosh, how do I describe these? What are these? Boudin balls are pork chop made with rice seasoning, usually stuffed into a casing. Yeah.
Oh, Bats, you're being cruel. You're scaring.
I'm under attack. That won't work.
A Cajun place would be good for him. Razoo's, for example. I don't know if we have a Razoo's. I don't think I'm that far south. I'm south, but I'm not south. You know what I mean? So, yeah. The South here, it's really interesting. Like, have anybody in the chat ever been to a Cracker Barrel? I'm gonna show Shiny a Cracker Barrel. It's an experience because they have.
Was that the one that fired Thingy's wife?
Yeah, they fired Brad's wife. Yes, they're the ones that fired Brad. That's what he knows it from. He knows it from the internet historian Brad's wife.
You'd be surprised about how much my knowledge is based upon memes.
Yeah, that's the store that fired Brad's wife. And still to this day, they whenever Cracker Barrel posts something, someone's always asking about Brad's poor wife. Cracker Barrel has a lot of early 1800s memorabilia everywhere in the restaurant. And every single Cracker Barrel that I've been to has a store in the front and a restaurant like behind the store. It's kind of nuts.
Oh, uh-oh.
Home wrecking little birdie brat.
Can't.
Bro, did he have to go that hard? She was just slapping him a little bit. She was like, and meanwhile, she's like, boom.
How's it look?
Like
Be gone, thoughts.
He's got a massive claw mark down his face, look.
A massive what?
He's got a claw mark down his face from her, look there.
Oh, he does. Crow is suggesting kingfish if they still exist. I don't think they do. What the heck is a kingfish, dude? That sounds amazing because I am a seafood nut. I'm a seafood junkie. I will eat any and all seafood. Whatever that is. Michael O'Brien says Cracker Barrels are all over the country as far as I'm aware. Yeah. Yeah, but I've always experienced them as like a southern confection. But yeah, I'm gonna take you to a Cracker Barrel. I'm also. Should I just have him walk around Costco? Because
What?
Costco is an experience, dude. It's like a warehouse,
Why
and you
is
can just buy everything in bulk. Huh?
Henry.
I'm
wanted to get
aware
your
of
way,
like
but
how
I'm able to get
Americans
there.
do a
Of
lot of their
course.
shopping in bulk,
I take it this means you stopped
Yes.
one of those monsters.
and to me that's
But
like
I'm
the
not done yet.
stupidest way to do shopping.
I mean, when you live
It's
in a giant Catholic family, you have to get everything in bulk.
Like a real improvement
but the
on
thing
that
is, okay,
last one.
here's the problem with buying in
Remember
bulk
Jason's
is that it
father?
seems
Why
like it's cheaper,
always
right?
complain?
But the more that you
We're both
buy,
better
the more
off
it kind of
without
like
that
tempts you to eat more. Like if you feel pressured to eat more because there's more of it on your plate.
Yeah, they also have a food court
So
inside
let's
of the
say
Costco.
so let's say if you buy let's okay. Let's say if you buy a lot of I don't know ice cream in bulk, because you have ice cream and because it's going to go off, it pressures you into eating more ice cream than you normally would.
Yeah, yeah. Like for instance, we have
And
tiny
also,
pints
it
of ice cream.
benefits the
People find the other
store
victims
more
first.
as the
They're
shop
too dangerous
to
to be
buy in
left on the
bulk
loose.
more than it does the
Yeah.
like you, because the shop selling something in bulk is very beneficial to them because they're shifting more product. Like
Mhm.
it's something which is entirely designed to make it seem like it's
Need to find
beneficial
the
to
other
you, but
victims
it's like it's
first.
actually
They're
more
too
beneficial.
dangerous to be left on the loose.
More
Yeah,
beneficial
yeah.
to the
Choice is yours,
Because they
Bat.
could get it for a wholesale
Well-
price and then just mark it up a little bit.
yeah, and they move far more of it as well.
Dr. Crow's Carnival. Crow says it's like a fancy Long John Silver's. I don't think we have Kingfish over here. Michael O'Brien says, "Do you have a Buc-ee's?" I have seen Buc-ee's before. I've just never been inside, and I have no idea
The
what.
fucked Buc-ee's.
You're asking me. I used to think Buc-ee's was like a car wash place, but apparently it's other things. It's like a store and a restaurant. I think I don't fucking know. Jacob Bogies says, "Have Shiny try jambalaya?" No, he would disintegrate. He cannot stand anything spicy, even a little bit.
Look, it's my look. I'm autistic, okay? I have trouble with hypersensitivity. It's not my fault.
He's both white and autistic. That's like he has double. He
I
takes
didn't
on
stand
double
a
damage.
chance.
He does double damage. Spicy gives him double damage. And jambalaya, that is like really southern. That's so southern. I haven't even had it. But yeah, I'm gonna give y'all the. I have no idea where the fuck we're gonna get crayfish though. I love crayfish. I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what crayfish is? Do you know what a crayfish is?
No.
Crayfish is like, imagine a lobster that's as big as your finger, and you eat a bunch of them. Imagine shrimp, right? Jumbo shrimp.
Okay.
They're the size of jumbo shrimp, basically. And basically they're like tiny lobsters, and they boil them and they season them and they turn red just like lobsters, and you break them apart and then you cut the shell off and then you eat the meat inside. It's amazing. I've also had alligator tail. Oh my gosh, it tastes like chicken nuggets, like Sigma chicken nuggets. Sigma chicken nuggets are alligator tails. It feels badass to eat it, and they taste amazing.
Someone there?
Jason, I thought you were dead.
I'm gonna make a place that just sells alligator tails, and it's just Sigma. It's called Sigma Nugget.
Is that you?
Oh, he's alive.
Man's not coming to save you, Jason.
He'll come.
It's been 6 months now, Jason.
Oh my gosh.
Your face fat grooves you.
Oh, so this is the one where he like tortures Jason.
Off the old
So this is a memory of Joker's where he tortured Jason until he just died.
What? Oh, no. I'm not going to kill you. Not yet, anyway. You're my sidekick now. Imagine it. You and me, out on the streets, starting fights, picking on the weak. A regular dynamic duo. Just like bats and that new kid of his. No, he wouldn't. You think? So, this isn't Batman then? Oh, weird. The pointy ears are usually a dead giveaway. I didn't want to show you that photo. Really, I didn't. But, well, it was the only way for you to get closure. Now, I know it hurts, but sometimes you gotta be cruel to be kind.
Damn. Broke his mind, dude.
Are you okay? I'm fine. Let's get the next one.
Jackson Voorhees says Shiny is like a foodie mauler. He hates everything. Yes.
This is it! The fight of the century! You ready to get schooled, bats? What do you want to start? How about getting your asses kicked 1-0?
This guy.
He's another guy infected with the Joker's
Strong
blood.
science hype, huh?
Oh.
Let's see if I can change that. I'm gonna make you... What's up, you scared?
Why are we in the West? Why are we in the wild, wild
So
West?
we're currently in a theater. So the theater has like different stages. Oh, fuck.
Ah, I see.
Say goodnight.
Ooh, ew, ooh, ew.
So, fun fact, even though I was raised in New York, I actually was born in the South. And then later on in life, we moved back to the South. And now now I'm a New Yorker, born from the South, living a Southern life, but I still have my New Yorker soul. Crazy, huh? I will always be a New Yorker. Wow, Michael O'Brien says, Jason's death was put to a literal phone poll in real life. More people voted for him to die, so he was killed off.
Death by
that true?
democracy.
Death
I don't
by
know, but I'm willing to believe it is.
Yeah. We called a bunch of Batman fans and got their opinion on whether we should keep Jason in the comic or not.
Jason was essentially just a copy of Dick Grayson.
Yeah.
Like he didn't add anything. He wasn't interesting. He wasn't new. So they just decided, okay, look, like
new Dick.
There's no okay. Let's just fucking
new Rob.
Kill this one. You know, like he's boring. He's just a gymnast. You know, like he's everything that Dick Grayson is. It's not working. So let's just do something else.
Wow! And by phone poll, they tortured and killed him. That's crazy. Dr. Gross Carnival says, okay, gotta go to bed. Night, everybody. Bye now.
Oh, nice work.
He died in like a really sexy pose.
You can carry him.
Draw me like your French girls. Stop grunting. You're making my joke ironic.
He's just like grunting constantly.
I'll take this guy back to the cell.
Oh, Tyler Preston says, supposedly a phone machine repeatedly called the number that supported Jason's death. Someone like was spamming the line to kill. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I pressed airplane mode by mistake. That Robin poll was actually sabotage. The real votes just barely spared Jason's life, but one guy hated Jason so much that he had a setup that made multiple calls to tip the vote over to death.
Big lump failed.
Oh gosh,
Can't say I'm surprised.
that's amazing, dude. It kind of, like polls like that, or it reminds me of all of the 4chaners that just really trolled like online polls. Like Pitbull was going to visit some Walmart in the United States, and they sent him to frickin' Kodiak, Alaska. And then Taylor Swift, she was going to be sent to an American school, and 4chaners voted that she go to a school for the deaf. And there was another one. Oh yeah, there was yeah.
I know this one. It's the one where they voted in where to launch emergency condoms.
Yes.
And
Yep.
it was the conservative city, religious city in Turkey called Batman.
Yeah. Amazing.
The idea, I still think it's like such a weird and funny idea. The fact that you would have was it Dura? I think it was where they would
Durex, yeah.
They would stealthily deliver a condom to your door.
Oh yeah.
What's the point? Just make fucking condom machines. They work.
As like a police officer.
Okay, like condom machines are shitty and seedy, but like it's better than going out of your fucking way. Yeah, I've actually seen a condom machine before in
what?
It's in my old student accommodations. So in my old student accommodations, they just in one of the bathrooms they had a condom dispenser.
Oh wow, that's insane.
I feel like this should be this is a reveal here in the making.
Yeah, they're gonna lift
the body there.
Yep, that's a body. That's another body. Yeah, there are legs of those.
What do we have here then?
Jason. Jackson Voorhees says, remember when 4chan trolled people into thinking that the OK sign was secretly a white power symbol? Yes. That was hilarious.
Remember the time when a couple decided that they should name their baby based on democracy, and what people voted for was Cthulhu Allspark. Cthulhu Allspark actually sounds like a fucking awesome name. I want to be called Cthulhu Allspark.
Imagine your parents revealing you were almost called Cthulhu Allspark.
Just make sure.
I'd be disappointed. Why the fuck did you call me Cthulhu Allspark? Cthulhu, dinner's ready.
We don't want him to end up back here, do we? No, we don't, Daddy. I want to keep him forever.
No, please, no.
So apparently, Jason Todd was brought back a few decades later, says Michael O'Brien, and they retconned him to make him different.
Nope.
Sorry,
Pat.
I was
planning Nope, don't read that. Don't read that.
Boy, wait out there.
Okay.
Listen to us make sweet music together.
Okay. What is that, like spoilers or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You might want to try the keypad.
No spoilers.
Well, if you were doing this for actually paying full attention to this, you'd have to be guessing
with no digital component.
Able
to use the remote hacking device.
So there's a bit of a mystery, and there's a reason why it's being brought up.
Oh, so they didn't kill Jason Todd.
I need you to send me the CCTV footage from the camera in stage C. You can use the computer in that room to do it.
Okay, I'll try. Computers really aren't my specialty.
Shut the fuck up, old man.
Data using the panel on the right.
Jackson Voorhees says, I didn't know Shiny read comics. It just doesn't fit his profile.
Oh, this technology
Depends on the comic. I'm not a big I'm a bigger book reader than I am a comic reader, because the comics
Now
require
highlight the track
you
for the last 10
to
minutes.
like it's okay. The comics are like books
So I
are
see.
an active read.
Thanks,
Like
Henry.
you have to give it your full attention to take it in.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to like book, you can read an audiobook
Yeah.
and like by listening to it, and it just doesn't require active participation. Like you can still enjoy a book despite that, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I get you. Are you trying to decipher like what the
Yeah, so
code is?
it's 4-1. That'll be 7. 4-1-7. That's it. Oh no, I'm missing something. What is it?
Oh,
Okay,
that's tricky. He walks away for a little bit.
oh, wait, does he walk away for a little bit?
He
Oh
walks away for a
no, it's open. It's
little.
open. No.
It's 417. Or 517. 517.
Let's read this. It is. Oh no, it is
Oh.
0.
0.
417.
No, it's 0517.
We should try again.
0.
551.
I fucked that up. 0 5 fuck 0 fuck 517.
That's the wrong code.
What?
Continue scanning.
Okay, 0 5 1 7. What?
Oh, it's the mirror image.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
0539.
0 5 3 9. Good catch on that.
Yeah. That was a cool puzzle. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for puzzles. I've been playing Professor Layton recently, and it's a puzzle game. It's so fun, dude. But like the British culture in the game is so adorable because it's what the Japanese think Great Britain is like. So cute. It's so cute. Because Japan really loves to make like idealized versions of the countries that they write. Even though they get it hilariously wrong, it's just so adorable.
I insist. As you can see, the crowd is so excited it made
Is that Jason Todd?
No, that's
That's
Johnny
okay.
Charisma. He's another person that's been infected by the Joker.
Nobody serenades you but me, Barry. Take it away, boys. Take me on home to
The asylum. Take me home. Imagine Mark Hamill fucking singing this
He's
in his booth.
It was wild, but through it all, you never smiled. Joke's on you. I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl. So pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing
It's time bomb.
Oh, you could control him. Okay.
laughing. I feel you with dread, and I
Can't stop laughing.
Your parents
It's
are
a dead, and I can't stop laughing.
What else can I do? Part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime.
The best line in that entire thing is that your parents are dead, and I can't stop laughing.
You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait.
This is a fun sequence.
It's very fun. Is there any more chats?
Yes, actually. Jackson Voorhees wants to know, Shiny, would you rather have Eerie cosplay as Harley Quinn or Eve from Stellar Blade wearing her skin suit?
Harley Quinn.
Stellar Blade. Harley Quinn. Yeah, Harley Quinn. We personally both love Harley Quinn. That's like our thing from the
For
start.
different reasons.
Uh-huh. Jackson Vo, he says, I love how Americans are always blonde cowboys with lots of guns in anime. I mean, are they wrong? Are they wrong, though?
Won't be long.
Better than how British cartoons and TV shows represent Americans.
That's all the
That's
bombs.
true.
Time to take down charisma.
I'm dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I
I can't stop laughing.
What else can I do? Now
You're supposed to hide from this, like...
I'm supposed to take out the
hallucination of the
Joker, but I just love this little tornado he's doing.
I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing.
Jackson Vo, he says, all right, I'm off. Have a good date night, you two. Thank you, Jackson.
Thanks.
Bye now.
See you later.
And I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you.
I just want to keep letting this go. How long does this go on for?
I have no clue.
Is that? Let's go again.
Does this start again from scratch?
Mark Hamill's having so much fun right now.
He is.
Do you think he's also doing the mocap movements too?
He's doing what?
The mocap movements?
I've got no idea. In the asylum.
Anarchy ruled. It was wild, but through it all, you never smiled. Jokes on you.
Michael O'Brien says it loops. It doesn't end.
Oh.
Laughing now.
No encore.
That was kind of cute.
Even Alfred sings better than this guy.
Good work, Robin.
No problem. Call it my contribution to...
Just remember what happens to this Batman.
Please, you have to help me. That Quinn woman and her goons are trying to break in here. There's no telling what she'll do to me.
That Quinn woman squirted on me. Get this man to a hospital.
I remember. I was thinking of that exact same scene. The Joker's girl squirted me.
No, it was the Joker's girl squirted on me. Get this man to a hospital. Oh my god, that's the most fucking hilarious out of context line. There's so many lines in cartoons that just like the fucking perfect like that.
Oh yeah, who needs context?
If they see me enter here, they won't risk opening the
What
gate.
was the dude? I don't know if I can pound you, Grandma.
You treat a
I don't
car
know.
the way you treat a woman. Go on.
Holly said do something.
No.
No problem.
First she said shut the gate. Now she wants it open. I think she's gone crazy.
That, dumbass, is why you're not paid to think. It's some kind of bad trick. Show yourself, B-Man. Plus you ain't got the guts.
Show yourself, B-Man.
Look who it is. Batman's little helper. Looks like he left you all alone.
Nah, he figured I could handle you.
It really should have been Dick Grayson versus Harley Quinn. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking sidekick versus sidekick. You know.
It's so weird that in was it the Harley Quinn and Batman that they just said fuck it, let's just have Dick Grayson and Harley Quinn fuck. Why not?
Yeah.
It's
That was unhinged.
It's such a weird scene. Like, why is Bruce Timm so unbelievably horny?
He just is, man.
Like, it's honestly better when his like horniness is constrained by the fact that he's on a kids show, so that he has to make innuendos like with like they'll fly under the nose of kids.
Oh yeah.
And that makes it so much better than the way like he currently writes DC shit of just being horny as fuck.
Yep.
Boobies.
Oh, very nice camera angle. Very lovely.
Perfect.
Love that.
I love
it. Oh, Preston says he needs to go to horny jail. Yes. All of us need to go to horny jail. Jesus says, "Let he who is without sin be the first to go to horny jail."
You can fake us. Here's what you owe. Finish
Love that.
The fighting system in this game is pretty fun, but it does
Yeah,
take
it
a
is.
bit to. Every time I play though, like because we have entire gaps of like weeks where we don't play the game, and I need to relearn all the controls again.
Yeah. It's been a crazy week for us both last week.
Yeah.
And this week too, damn.
Impressed.
What can I say? I'm irresistible.
We need to get back to the cells. You take Brown. I've got Quinn.
What did you think of the scene between Harley and Nightwing in what was it?
Brother. Brother!
What was it? Gotham Knights.
Oh, the scene between Dick Grayson and Harley?
Mm-hmm.
What, you mean when where they sleep together?
No, in Gotham Knights.
Oh, what scene was it that you're referring to?
Where she's in prison.
Oh, and he's helping him. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was actually interesting because I've never quite seen Harley under any other context.
I love the idea of like a post-Joker Harley still being like a bit insane, paying for her crimes, but is like willing to help Batman.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just fucking ruin it by just making her be evil for reasons.
Yeah. Well, I don't like Emancipation Harley. She's boring.
Don't move, Rob.
Well, Emancipated Harley, when she's
them,
heroic,
didn't you, Henry?
is interesting to me. Like, it is that is the completion of her arc.
Yeah.
It's like she's turned from villain, who was completely like manipulated and misguided, to someone which.
When they're bad.
Also, the way that she fucking looks at him. Oh my god, that's kind of hot.
Oh, I guess we now know who reprogrammed your security. Now, if you would be so kind, go join your friend over there.
He looks so aroused looking at him.
He looks just like Mr. J like this.
And he's like a fucking 60-year-old man.
Nice move, Henry. Your turn, Bats.
Evolution's a funny thing.
So yeah, I liked Harley helping Dick Grayson. That was really interesting to watch. Cause she kind of went from being tortured to like now she's locked down. She's cracking this case, even though she's behind bars. She's gonna, you know.
Yeah, I
What are you doing?
Purifying the gene pool.
Even I don't know which side to root for now.
Goodbye. It's been educational.
I changed my mind. Kill him.
Now that's unexpected.
Hmm?
You're gonna be spectacular.
Brother, what?
He realized that Batman's also infected.
Oh.
And he's thinking about purifying the gene pool, so he killed off all the other Jokers.
Joker.
Oh.
That other cell's for you.
I need to stop Scarecrow. When I'm done, I'm locking myself away.
What if you fail? You'll be too dangerous. I won't be able to stop you.
So that's partly why he's seeing the Joker, because he's turning into Joker through being infected with his blood, mixed with fear toxin.
I gotcha. That's interesting.
You need to get in the cell. It's the only choice we have left.
That's a defeatist argument, Bat, and you know it.
This is interesting. Now he's got to go to the jail because he's infected.
He's going to horny jail.
I'm sorry, Bruce, but it's the only way.
I know, Tim.
I'll stop Scarecrow.
Master Bruce, I'm reading multiple militia forces converging at your location. It's the Arkham Knight. He's found you.
I'll take care of it, Alfred.
Are you sure? There are rather a lot of them.
I said I'll handle it.
You'll be fine.
Of course I will. You train me.
Aww.
Okay.
Now the gameplay is in the jail.
Da, 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 da. Do a little dance in the spots. Wonder what happens
what?
if I just turn around. Hello.
Don't worry about Rob. I'm sure he won't die. Well, fairly certain anyway. Hey, I never finished my story about Jason Todd, did I?
Oh. Oh boy, I'm not sure if Bats wants to finish this story.
Have you got something to tell the nice man, Jason?
My name is Jason Todd.
Who do you hate?
Batman.
Excellent. Of course you do. Did you get that, Bats? Kid's not yours anymore. He's mine. Mine. To do with as I wish.
That's messed up.
Hey,
Ooh.
I never asked. What's the big secret? Who is the big bad guy? His name. Tell me.
Of course, sir.
What?
Stand the tattletale. That's why I like to work alone. No one to spoil the punchline. You should try it sometime. After all, you've seen what happens when you drag your friends into this crazy little game of ours.
I will admit that's a cool effect that they're doing right now in the game, like with the whole camera and the TVs.
Yeah.
Damn. That's fucked up. Michael O'Brien says in current canon, the way Jason met Batman is he tried to steal the hubcaps off the Batmobile. Okay.
Oh, like, what do I want to do now? Can't remember.
You need to get in the cell.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
the only choice we have left.
I just wonder what happens if you try it again, because it gave me the option to. So that was playing back there, the option to fight back against Tim when he puts you in the cell.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to see what happens if you don't.
Look, Bats, I didn't tell you that story for the fun of it. Well, okay, I did. But there's a moral to the fable of the robin and the cloud. Okay, let's try this again.
Oh, you're supposed to fight him when he puts you back in?
Yeah.
need to get in the cell. It's the only choice we have left.
Oh.
What the hell are you doing?
The right thing. Trust me.
I've gone crazy. Listen to me. We can help you. You don't need to do this. Alfred. Alfred. You son of a bitch. You cut my communications.
Oh. What? Why is he doing this?
Because he doesn't want Robin to get killed like the last Robin.
Oh.
He's fine. Faulty comms unit. I'm looking at him now.
Thank God. With all that's happening, I feared the worst. Speaking of which, the Arkham Knight has ordered a squadron of tanks into the city to lock it down and reassert control. Thankfully, the weapons generator upgrade you requested is ready for collection.
Thanks, Alfred.
Saving Barbara! It was cruel, selfish, and had horrible consequences.
Kind of reminds me of schizophrenia, kind of. I found a guy on YouTube, and he gave a simulator of what it's like to have auditory hallucinations, and it's wild. Also, the guy shares his experience when he's having, like, a visual hallucination, and he has to use his phone in order to verify whether someone's actually there or not.
Well, that's fucking freaky.
I know. So if someone's actually not there, it won't show up on his phone camera. So he records it and then plays it back to himself. And if he's actually talking to nobody, then he'll realize that it's his mind messing up.
I wonder why because in his mind, the reason why he sees something is because that's what's being written in his brain. So why wouldn't he see the same illusion in his phone if he believes it's there?
Well, probably because it's a different point of view, maybe?
But it's not like an image is being projected in your mind. It's that you believe something is there because your brain's telling you something is there.
Give me an update.
It's like how when you see something, really what that is like your brain's interpretation of the information. Even the colors that you see is not really the true color. It's based on an approximation. You know, like with the dress.
Yeah.
Like so when you look at like the blue and sorry, like is the dress blue and black or is it gold and white? It's not because you're seeing. So the reason why people have confusion is because you're not seeing the true color. You're not seeing what it actually is. You're seeing it because that's what your brain is telling you. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So that's why you have confusion. So it's not like a literal image that's being projected. It's not like people being colorblind. It's just that's how the brain interprets it, and therefore that's what the image turns out to be.
Alfred, I'm going to.
Yeah.
So like, why wouldn't it be the same as schizophrenia? Why wouldn't it be that when you record something, you'd also see it on the phone itself because that's what your brain is telling you. Your brain is telling you someone is there, so why wouldn't you believe something is there when you put it on the phone? And maybe it's like, I would assume I would probably trust the guy's own experience and how it works rather than my assumption. But that's an interesting thing to think about. Like, maybe it depends on how far gone you are.
I don't know if it's like in degrees of far gone because he takes medication, but it still like pops up every now and again. And apparently, like schizophrenia is like one of the lesser known mental illnesses. And to be quite honest, I think I know somebody with schizophrenia in real life because this person operates, everyone is very aware that she operates in like what feels like a separate reality. She keeps remembering things that everyone can verify just did not happen. It's wild. And like when she tells stories,
I would firmly call
that
delusion.
I guess. Like we all know she has something.
Like my grandfather claims to have invented Tetris. That's just delusion. And he actually believes it. I don't think that's schizophrenia.
I guess.
Like, there's certain points when people tell stories to themselves so much that they start to believe the lies.
Maybe, but like this person will just like say that someone did something on the fly. Like it's kind of crazy. Like she'll tell. She tends to tell pretty out there stories, and I've tested her on this too, where I asked her like a little detail to see if she would like to see how she would respond, and I can tell that she's making it up. And it's kind of wild. Or she'll say someone did or said something like 10 minutes ago when they did not do or say that, you know?
wreck his little tin toys.
Like it's kind of wild. But it could be schizophrenia. I don't know if it is, because as far as I could tell, this person doesn't have hallucinations. Whereas like the guy that I saw online with schizophrenia, he also tends to like tell stories of things that people would do like 10 minutes ago when verifiably they didn't. And also like he made a simulator of what it's like to have an auditory hallucination, and it's really creepy too. It's like a bunch of voices are like telling you a bunch of things at once, and they tend to be like super negative and super critical. It's crazy. So I'm imagining like that's what probably they based the Joker serum on.
That's right, you're not. Damn it, lost one. Confirm strike on target.
Oh, and also he also had a video on his page where he was recording himself in the middle of the night while he was sleeping, and he saw somebody in his chair, but clearly there was nobody in the chair. It was kind of wild, and he kept calling for his wife to like verify if someone was actually there or not.
This would be a bizarre way to live.
It's gotta be.
It's always weird thing to think about. Okay, like I think about this often in like the experience of being blind or the experience of being disabled. What fascinates me is how people like live their lives like so radically different with these different situations that they have to deal with. And that to me is fascinating, but like I would love to know what that experience is like, but of course I wouldn't ever like to live my entire life with like I wouldn't like to live my entire life only having like one leg, for example.
Right.
I want to like to live my entire life being blind. But it's fascinating to know what the experience is to be blind. Like not just like okay, so blind people don't just see nothing. It's like, you know when you close your eyes and you just see blackness?
Yeah.
They don't just see blackness. They see absolutely nothing in their minds.
Yeah, their minds are taking
Which is it's a weird thing. Apparently, it's something very difficult to imagine for people that have sight. You know, we can't imagine seeing nothing. We can only imagine seeing like even darkness is something, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Like our brain is taking in visual information even if it's black behind our eyelids.
Yes.
But for your brain to take no information, what does that even look like? It's kind of spooky to think of. And I think I figured out, everyone has always thought, oh, how do you explain color to a colorblind person? I think I figured it out.
Okay, how would you explain it?
I would explain to a blind person how we need light to see at all times. Without light, we cannot see. So light will hit things at different frequencies, kind of like imagine a high pitch frequency versus a low pitch frequency that you can hear, right? So light frequency turns red, and a low frequency turns violet or purple. So the faster the frequency, the warmer the color is, and the slower the frequency, the cooler the color is. I would give them like the scientific explanation for it.
But there's a big difference between that and actually being. Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm trapped. There's two of them. Fuck!
Yeah.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Uh-oh. Right there. Come on. Come on, bitch. Come
Michael
on,
O'Brien says more than 50% of the cortex is dedicated to visual processing. I am not surprised. There's a lot to look at.
Oh, come on, fuckers. This thing's so close together, it makes it difficult.
Michael O'Brien says it's the other way around. Red is a slower frequency, violet is higher. Yes, you're correct. My bad. You got
It's
it.
called ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet light. There are even colors we can't even see, but at the end of the day, we need light to see. And the light bounces off of things. So everything absorbs all light at all times, but the one light frequency that it rejects, it bounces off and hits our eyes.
There are certain animals that can see into like the infrared, for example, like snakes.
Yeah.
Or some that can see into ultraviolet. And I honestly wonder like what that looks like.
Oh yeah. I know
Like,
butterflies can.
visually.
You've run out of time.
And it's not surprising that more than 50% of the cortex is dedicated to visual processing. I remember there was a blind YouTuber named Molly Burke, and she was never able to see. And she said that it confuses her that our brains just don't explode with the sheer amount of information we take. Like that sighted people take. Like how does your mind, like she's like, how does your brain not just explode from having so much information at all times? And that kind of blew my mind that that's how she thought of it. Because being blind, you take smaller bits of information.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Fuck you!
Woo! That was impressive.
Dun 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 dun. Gonna blow you up.
Initiating orbital scan. See that, Batman? You can't hide.
There's always a 50s diner in these kinds of video games.
Yeah, well, that was the 50s diner that the game started in.
Oh yeah, that's right. I love 50s diners. They're so cute.
I should take Ivy back to GCPD before the Arkham Knight launches another assault. It's too dangerous to leave her exposed.
Pick up Poison Ivy.
And then the wolf whistle.
You cannot pick up chicks in a tank.
Says who? I want to be picked up in a tank. Why don't you pick me up in a tank, Shiny?
You were about to say my name again, weren't you?
Michael O'Brien wants to know if you've seen Back to the Future.
I've seen it. I don't know if Erie's seen it.
I have seen bits and pieces of it. I've seen.
Dun, 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 na, na,
I know there's a
na,
scene where he
na.
almost sleeps with his mom.
You're not safe here. The Knight knows where you are. You're coming with me.
I won't leave them. They can't do it alone.
Look, when a hot woman's like coming onto you, it's very difficult to resist.
What if it's your mom?
I'm just saying I don't side with sleeping with your mother, but like I understand the difficulty in rejecting that.
What?
You're a guy. Your monkey brain just goes booba. Monkey brain just goes hot young booba in your area.
My man, what? That's some Sweet Home Alabama type shit.
I'm not saying you should sleep with your mother. I'm just saying I understand the difficulty in rejecting it.
You're digging yourself a deeper hole, Shiny. The more you talk. Now you're starting to sound like you have an Electrocom. No, an Odysseus. No, in a. What is the one complex?
You're going through all the fucking complexes. You know what I'm saying? You're just being obtuse.
Michael O'Brien says, "Well, you can see what happened. You see what happens is that he makes a plan where he will pretend to force himself on his mother so that his father can save her, so that his father and mother can get together." Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. I know that one.
there's only one issue. His mother's into it.
Oh yeah, that's right. There was that one scene where like his mom was like coming on to him, and it's like, "Hang on, buddy. Hang on, hang on."
Well, this yeah, he was pretending to force himself on his mother to so his father would come in and like defend her, and that way like he's the hero. But the only problem is that his mother's into it.
Mm-hmm. The Oedipus complex at its finest. Dare I say, Ivy wears less clothes than Quiet.
I don't know. Quiet doesn't wear a lot of clothes.
Welcome to Gotham, the city of fear.
Sir, I've never seen a chemical agent dispersed so fast.
I know, Alfred. It's bad.
And, sir, the cloudburst's energy field burnt out.
It's a bad thing, Alfred.
What will you do?
I'm going.
Man, this looks so good right here. Like, this looks like such a great thing that's happening right now.
Bruce, I only hope you can find him. But please, sir, be careful of the gas.
I have a question. Have you ever seen the Lego Batman movie?
Yes.
What'd you think of it?
I thought it was funny.
I loved it.
You have the same mood in 1994 and 1995 and 1996 and 1997 and 2000 and 2010 and 2012.
Yep. Such a fun movie.
Though another weird option to have Barbara Gordon and Bruce together, of all things.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did that.
One joke that I did find funny was, but like she's aged up in that one to make it better, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I did find it funny. It's like, oh, if I'm Batgirl, can I call you Batboy?
My name is Richard, but my friends call me Dick. Yeah, kids can be pretty cruel.
I fucking love that joke. It's amazing. Like in terms of innuendos with people calling people who are called Richard, calling them Dick. That is the best implementation I've seen of it so far.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, the kids can be pretty cruel. And I love how like rapid fire they were with the jokes. And I think there were like only few that just didn't land, but like
who pays the taxes? Not Batman.
Yeah.
Batman don't pay no taxes.
The great thing about rapid fire jokes is that you remember the ones that land, and the ones that don't, you don't remember. But you just remember the good times you had with the good jokes. It's like Clone High. The early Clone High. The actual good Clone High. Man, I miss the days of Clone High. Do you remember when you and I watched Clone High?
I remember when we watched Clone High. It was fucking amazing. I love it.
I loved it. The jokes were rapid fire, and it was just fun.
And they're funny. They're like the actual funny. Whereas the ones I hate the ones in the new one.
Yeah, the new one sucked ass. Like it just sucked straight ass. The problem with the new one is that they slowed the jokes down to such a degree that all of the jokes didn't land, and it wasn't. And they let it pause, and they thought, oh, we'll let the audience laugh. No, they took it too seriously. When the whole point of Clone High was to not take it seriously.
Also, the cast is so fucking bloated as well.
Oh, it is. It definitely is. They went from like 5 characters that all had good chemistry together to like 13 characters that like were just not good.
And they're so bland, and like they're all pretty much the fucking same.
Tyler Preston says, "What do you mean? There is no second season of Clone High. There is no Warren Bossing say."
And they fucking got rid of Gandhi.
They did, because India complained.
Oh, they take the place out of like tons of presidents and historical figures, but oh no, Gandhi's the one which has to be protected.
Since when has anyone ever listened to India complain about anything?
Well, they have a lot of market share.
That is true.
Look at this guy. He's broken
Like,
bones.
I think it's so fascinating how you can get. Here's the thing with like, do you remember it was South Park, where they wanted to take the piss out of Mohammed, but they couldn't because
Really?
there was terrorist threats against them.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Only way past this door is via his voice print.
Yeah, what about him?
Well, essentially, well, I will have to show you a video about it.
So much money, even Batman won't be able to stop us.
Voice sample. I have so much money. Got so much money. Much money.
So much money.
So much money.
There we go. 100%.
Voice calibration complete.
Anyway, yeah, so there was this massive stink about the idea of South Park taking the piss out of Muhammad.
Oh.
And so there was like those terrorists and bomb. So the creators of South Park have a very strict sort of like ideology, and their ideology is everything has to be taken the piss out of. Everything. Like to them there is no sacred cows. There is no limits into what can or can't be a joke, and they're very like stringent on that idea. They don't want to cave.
Right.
But they were very pissed off when they were taking the piss out of Muhammad, and the network gagged them and cut the episode because of Muslim outcry and threats of terrorist attacks.
Whoa, dude. This is why they make fun of the Christians, but they can never take the piss out of the Muslims. Because the Muslims will freaking go after you, dude.
And that's one of the episodes that takes the piss out of it. Makes a point of they make a point of the fact that, you know, as long as you have you know, as long as you can threaten people to get your own way, then that means that like no one can like take the piss out of you. Just threaten everyone that disagrees. Threaten everyone that wants to take the piss. Yeah, that's the moral of the story. That's what they take the piss out of.
That's awesome.
Just threaten people. Then they can't say anything bad about you.
Stag won't have gone far. They know this area's been
Oh man.
Our orders are to shoot on sight.
South Park. Oh, and also they had the Scientologists go after them too when they made an episode on them.
Smart guy. Yet double-crossing scarecrow ain't too smart.
I did see the Catholic episode though. It was actually I laughed out loud, dude, at that one. I thought it was hilarious when they go to the Vatican and it's like, just change the documents, and they're like, we can't. Why not? Because we can't find them. I thought that was the funniest shit ever. And I'm like, oh, that's why they can't change the documents. Because they're missing. It was hilarious, dude. Like, I died.
It's such a like fascinating thing that South Park destroyed Scientology.
Yeah.
Because before Scientology, so before South Park, no one could take the piss out of Scientology. It was so protected. Then lawyers would come after you.
Oh, yeah.
So the fact that South Park were able to take the piss out of them pretty much brought this entire thing into the public consciousness and made people realize like how fucking insane Scientology was and how it was a massive like pyramid scheme.
Yeah. Like, how did they get that information though?
They actually had people who used to be part of Scientology, so like people who were ex-Scientologists, as well as people on the inside of Scientology who were pretty high up and knew, like, even the law of Scientology that most Scientologists didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
There were some Scientologists that actually thought South Park was making shit up because they had never heard of this origin story before for Scientology.
Yeah, because they weren't that deep into it.
Yeah, they weren't a high enough level to hear it.
Right, like the whole Xenu stuff. Yeah.
So they waited until they were so invested in everything that they were doing that like they had to believe before they told them anything.
That's crazy, dude.
He's getting away!
And not gonna lie, even as a Catholic, I think their Catholic episode was actually fair. You know? Like, I'm like, this is actually like I'm not offended. Like it's I thought it was like fair there were fair criticisms of it. And then like for instance, like it was the whole like the corruption within the priesthood and all that stuff. But the
Yeah.
guy that's investigating
So
it
I'm just
is the
remembering
town
Tom Cruise
priest.
being a hacker in South Park.
Oh yeah, he was
Oh,
in
yeah,
South Park.
because there's a joke. Well, because he's tied to the Scientology stuff. There's a joke that Tom Cruise is actually gay, and Tom
Really?
Cruise hates that joke. No, I don't think it's real, but it's a joke, and Tom Cruise doesn't like anyone taking the piss out of him, so they had him packing fudge in one of their episodes while proclaiming, "I'm not a fudge packer, and if you say I'm a fudge packer to anyone else, I will sue you for saying that I'm a fudge packer."
Nice. Tyler Preston says that the voice actor of Chef was a member of Scientology.
Yeah, actually, that caused him to leave as well. He left South Park because, like, they took the piss out of Scientology, and he said that's a step too far. And they heavily criticized the voice actor for Chef because they're like, okay, so you're okay with taking the piss out of like every religion on the planet. You're happy to take the piss out of religion, also the races of many people, but the moment it comes to your religion, that's the sacred cow that no one can take the piss out of.
Exactly. And I heard, like, didn't they make Chef like a pedophile and then kill him off or something like that?
I think he was a pedophile. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Oh yeah, the episode where it's a fucking Tom Cruise is in the closet. I'll have to show you the episodes, or maybe the breakdown of the episodes at some point.
The Scientology episode?
Oh no, the Scientology episodes.
I watched the Scientology episode.
Oh, you did?
I watched the Mormon episode.
Okay.
I've specifically watched the religious episodes, except the Muhammad one. I wasn't able to find that one. I watched the.
They've actually got rid of all of those. Like
really?
you can't stream them. You can only watch them on South Park Unblocked.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I've seen the Mormon episode. I've seen the Catholic episode. I've seen the Scientology episode, and that's basically it. That's all I've seen of South Park. Oh, and the make her lame and gay.
Make her lame and put a chick in it or whatever.
Yeah.
That's such a fast. Okay, one of the things I find most interesting about South Park is that there are so many people that will watch it and like they don't realize that they're the joke. You know what I mean? So like Cartman's a really good example of this. So Cartman, there's one episode where Cartman has a little Cartman called Yee or whatever, and he starts claiming like all these like weird myths like some people claim about like black people, which I think Kanye is like even said at some point of it's
and like the Jews, right?
Something like that, yeah. And people actually thought They're like, oh man, look, see, even South Park knows what's going on. When actually, it was they didn't realize that South Park was actually taking the piss out of them.
Yep. It's kind of crazy. Did they make fun of flat earthers yet?
Oh, they probably have. They're taking the piss out of fucking everyone by this point.
Yep.
That's the one thing that I do very heavily respect South Park for, is how much they'll devote to, like, you know, like no one's above, you know, no one's a protected class. Everyone gets the piss taken out of.
Yeah, and wasn't the creator of South Park, weren't they Mormon?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because they were the ones who made the play called The Book of Mormon.
Come here. Please, don't hurt me.
And it's like a...
Gotta stop the cloudburst.
I haven't watched the entire thing. It's a whole Broadway show, and it was made by the creators of South Park.
It's surrounded by a nimbus field.
A nimbus field.
Amplify the effects.
An nimbus field.
A nimbus field. A nimbus.
Then you won't mind if I borrow one. No, of course not. By all means.
The hell is that?
You're a nimbus. You're a monkey, and you smell like one too.
Is that like a monkey noise? Like,
yeah, it's a monkey noise. There's a monkey in the cage next to him.
oh, Michael O'Brien. They have to. I think I could have sworn they were Mormons. They were the ones who wrote the Book of Mormon, the Broadway show.
Stag's given me a way to take on the cloudburst tank.
Given? How kind.
I think it's funny that Mormons don't even want to be called Mormons anymore. They want to be called the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Oh yeah, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There's 2 ofs in the name. You know that's a problem when there's 2 ofs in the name.
I think I've gone the wrong way.
I think the Mormons are fucking fascinating, dude. Like, I always catch myself just looking into the Mormons just because of how strange they are, you know? But also kind of identifying a bit with the strangeness, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Come on out and soak up the view.
It's protected by a nimbus field.
Michael O'Brien is quoting you, and apparently you said, if the Force is female, does that mean she's into pegging? The Force is explicitly mentioned as it surrounds us and penetrates us. Did you say that?
I don't know if I don't remember that, to be honest. It sounds like a joke I would have made a few years ago, to be honest. Like on a live stream or something.
But it leeches the life from her. Dr. Isley cannot stop me.
Yeah. Like, it sounds like one of my humor was more like a bit edgy. a bit more autistic and fucking retarded.
Michael O'Brien claims he has screenshot proof. It was in Discord. Michael O'Brien, please put it in the Discord. I want to see the proof. Holy shit, we've been streaming for 4 hours.
This doesn't feel like 4 hours.
I know.
There's so many times, there's a lot of streams that I do that just kind of like merge together. So there'll be someone said, "Oh, you said this at some point." It's like, did I? I don't remember saying that. And then they'll say, show me an entire video responding to this other video. So, oh, I see. Sorry, they just kind of like merge together in terms of the crazy shit that I sometimes say.
Master Bruce, I know what I think you're planning. It would be reckless and irresponsible even by your standards.
It's the only option, Alfred.
Sir, even if the gas doesn't
I got the quote. I found it.
dose could cause long-term psychological
Researcher Rodriguez sent it to me.
Have fun. Into the gas.
I need to remove the power core slowly, or the fail.
Your ass is gas. Check the Star Wars channel on LD's Discord. Yep, I got it.
Can you feel the rush of that delicious toxin burning through your veins, creeping into that demented mind of ours?
Oh.
I sure can.
Slowly firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it.
Stay calm. Take deep, slow breaths. Deep, slow.
Firmly grasp it.
All that effort must be tiring you out. You're getting sleepy, Bats. Rock-a-bye, Bat. I'm getting free. So you'll be the one trapped inside me. So keep taking breaths.
Man, everybody's Joker now. He's going that insane.
Firmly grasp it.
I'll kill him. In every brain cell, your gray matter is turning green.
Is the Joker serum supposed to like slowly kill you, or just make you crazy?
No, it just turns you into him. And this is not Joker serum. This is fear toxin.
Oh, fear toxin. Okay.
I'll be fine.
You're not looking too good, old boy. It won't be long now till I'm behind the wheel. Just think of the fun we'll have then. Brains, brawn, brutality, the full package. We'll have
What?
Master Bruce, are you okay?
Better.
Thank goodness. That's a relief indeed. You should know, sir, that the levels of fear toxin
Man, Batman's so stoic.
varying with the
He's so cool.
I'm so cool, I'm Batman. You don't know my secret identity?
You can't track the cloudburst in this gas. Clear out as much as you can.
I can't, Batman. My plans are too weak.
Then tell me where to find another.
Why'd you have to say it like that?
We found his island.
My plans are so weak.
Called her Ayana.
I'll find
She has to like say everything so sensually.
Why can't you say everything so sensually? Why is she the problem? Why aren't you the problem?
I should be the problem, shouldn't I? Wouldn't that get annoying too quickly?
No. Oh, Shiny, you want to stream today?
Don't you think it was crazy that in 1944 Hitler caused such a mass homicide? That's crazy. Have you ever heard of stuffed crust pizza? We also have biscuits and gravy in the South.
Alfred, I've located Ivy's plan to process the remaining toxin. But the
What else are we talking about?
enough to release it.
Can't penetrate deep enough.
The new extension to the Gotham subway is under construction directly beneath your location. I believe you'll find an access point in Port Adams. Will that surprise
Tyler Preston wants to know what your favorite Batmobile is.
I'll take my favorite Batmobile. The one that so my childhood Batmobile, which I think is probably my favorite, is the one from the Batman. I love the fact that it's like a sportsmobile. The Batman burn. But I remember that was like the Batman that always like incorporated gadgets and was a lot more like modern. So he had he had a smartphone, and he had, so like instead of having the bat signal, he would be informed by the bat wave. So like whenever he'd get like a little notification on his phone that like someone needed help.
It's the Bat notification on the Bat Discord.
a Batman vacation.
He just got a bat Snapchat. A bat chat, if you will. Does anyone still use Snapchat? Do people use Snapchat still?
I barely ever use Snapchat. I literally only got Snapchat my like 3rd year at uni because I needed to like talk to people who, and they exclusively communicated through Snapchat. So I got it.
Ah. I have Snapchat.
And
I never use it.
the moment I got it, one of my little cousins decided that they wanted to add me on it, and she just sends me like random crap.
Oh.
Like, hey, do you want to see this random person doing like dances? It's like, no, I don't want to. Thank you.
That's what kids are into.
Fuck you, turret.
Oh, by the way, I found my silicone fetus. I sent you a photo of my silicone fetus. That thing.
Man, I just want to crush that. It looks like those like rubber toys that you're supposed to destroy.
What?
Yeah,
Okay.
like stretchy men.
Uh-huh. Oh, stretchy men. Yeah.
It looks like stretchy men, like the shit that you just like break.
Yeah.
Because you're a psycho piece of shit.
Yep. It's supposed to be a replica of a baby at 4 months. And like they just gave him out, basically. At these,
I would totally crush that thing. I would crush it in for like if I got that at a pro-life event, I would just like play with it and crush it and like twist it in all kinds of different ways.
It's supposed to be like, look, it looks like a human at 4 months. See, it's not a clump of cells kind of thing. Trust me, like being like.
No, it doesn't look like a fucking human. It looks like a weird fucking alien.
Yeah, well.
Ah, yes, all humans look like how they have a skull from it's like Indiana Jones.
And my sister, she's always been disturbed by that thing. She's like, okay, put that away, please.
I find it more funny than disturbing. Man, this is a fetus of 4 months old. Man, I would totally crush that thing with my bare hands. Who needs to pay for an abortion? I can do it myself.
I can't believe you're still running errands for that titillating tree hugger. Oh,
Titillating tree hugger.
Titillating.
we were making progress here.
She's so titillating.
Let plant lady turn this place into her own personal garden. Have you seen what's happening?
Man, I think it would be totally worth dying to sleep with Ivy. I would happily, I would happily die to be used by Ivy. I'm that much of a simp.
You will find none.
Sounds like something a simp would say.
SIMP, screws in my pants. Tell you what's making you simp like that. SIMP, screws in my pants.
How can I qualify for government grants? SIMP, scrolls in my pants. Damn, it is late.
It is, but I don't have to get up tomorrow, so I'm happy.
You want to finish at like 4 hours, 30 minutes? So like in 15 minutes?
Sure, that sounds like a good round number.
Alright.
SIMP, screws in my pants.
What was your favorite episode of Phineas and Ferb?
I don't know. One that always sticks on my head is like, you ain't got rhythm. Oh, you ain't got rhythm.
The previous drone will be back online.
It was like Saturday Night Fever type of thing.
No, disable you! I disabled you! No!
What the hell was that?
Tank.
Ah.
Bats, you big kidder. You don't fool me. Bats? Bats!
I'm trying to think of what my favorite Phineas and Ferb episode is.
What do you seek in those tunnels, Batman?
I always like the ones where Candace is like so close to getting the boys. Because sometimes you just root for her.
Remember when she had like a cold or something, and she had like a super deep voice, like those evil little boys.
Oh, I remember that one. Yep. I think she was like allergic to like wild parsnips or something like that. And then Dan Povenmire took over to voice Candace.
I love Dan. He's such a wholesome like man,
Yeah, Dan.
and he's also into Latina women.
What? Oh,
Yeah,
that's right. His wife is.
Well, his ex-wife, yeah, is Latina.
Yeah. I'm seeing a pattern here.
So many white people seem to date Latinas. Specifically, white men.
I wonder if there's a pattern here.
How can I qualify for government?
Only had one at a time. The previous drone will be back online.
Fucker shot me.
And I have no idea why, but there's this one song from Phineas and Ferb that no one else remembers that I remember. It's the Mexican Jewish Cultural Festival song. And it's so random. It's the Mexican Jewish Cultural Festival. Yeah, I have no idea what the deal is with that one.
Hello, Tank.
It was for wow, it just came up, it just rolled over and just looked at you.
Look at me. I'm the captain now. How can I qualify for government grants? I was thinking, I'm being so stealthy. I'm hiding behind a box. Immediately crushes the box.
What perfectly arranged atoms could unlock the demons in a man's mind? You proved me wrong.
Hack. Hacky backy. Fucky. I don't know. Uh-oh, Tank. Hello, Tank. I'm gonna hide behind the toilet. Oh, and he's
yeah,
back.
straight up call it a toilet and not a porta potty.
Well, if you want to be really fancy, you can call it a WC.
A WC? What is that?
One at a time.
Washable. I think it's like something convenience.
What?
Wash convenience or something like that. I don't know.
Wash convenience. Oh.
I don't think it's wash convenience. It's something like that. I don't know.
I still don't
Look
know
at
why
look at what does WC stand for.
Okay. Yeah. What does WC stand for? Water closet.
Does it really?
Abbreviation for water closet. A name used.
Is it really water closet?
Yeah, look it up. In the 1900s, for a toilet, due to most being fitted with a spare closet or cupboard. Over time, WC has been used instead of bathroom to describe a room with a toilet but no bath. It's a water closet.
Over, hero. Goodbye.
We're learning a whole bunch of new things today, aren't we?
I think I was always taught like it was another thing.
What do you seek in those tunnels,
Huh.
Batman? Hope. You will find none.
Tyler Preston says, "OMG, they're making another live-action Street Fighter movie."
Why
I
do
don't
they
think it's
keep
another...
trying to make movies based on like fighting games? They have barely any story in the first place.
What do you mean another live-action Street Fighter movie? There is no live-action Street Fighter movie, first of all. It's Mortal Kombat, and a lot of people called it Street Fighter, and that caused a lot of Mortal Kombat fans to get upset. Are you sure it's another Street Fighter movie, or just a
I'm
Street
pretty
Fighter
sure
movie?
that I'm pretty sure they've made a live action Street Fighter movie before.
Have they?
Yeah.
Live action
No, they've made live action like Tekken movies before.
Street Fighter movie. Oh, they did in 1994. Damn. Okay. Okay. This is news from like hours ago today. Street Fighter movie coming out.
That's it, Bats. Play dead. We've got him right where we... Oh, dear.
It's a reboot.
Oh yeah. To reboot. Gotta reboot the boot in the boot.
What do you seek in those tunnels, Batman? Hope. You will find none. I once searched for terror in chemistry.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Arranged atoms could unlock the demons in a man's mind. You proved me wrong.
Huh, that's interesting.
What's
Yeah.
interesting?
Just another Street Fighter movie. And like the 1994 one actually kind of looks cheesy, but like fun. Researcher Rodriguez is like DMing me on the side, and it's like he's not in the chat. So where is Researcher Rodriguez?
Where is he?
Where in the world is Researcher
The drone sends it.
No!
But I can only hack one at a time. So the previous drone will be back online.
How about you fuck yourself, with yourself, for yourself?
Who's your favorite Street Fighter character?
Cammy.
Of course it's fucking Cammy.
Actually, it's the Latina one from one of the other Street Fighter games that's currently not in the game anymore.
Really? There's a
the
Street Fighter?
I can't remember what her name is.
I'm looking. Laura.
I think that's it. Yeah, Laura. She's my favorite.
Ah! I can see two reasons why she'd be your favorite.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you have Cammy, the sporty white girl, and Laura, the feminine Latina.
I don't have a type, okay?
You really do have a type.
It's not a race
You
fetish.
really do have a type. You really do. It's just very easy to map on at this point. You're like, oh, she's cute, and it's usually one or the other. It's never a feminine white woman, and it's never like a sporty brown woman. It's always a sporty white woman or a feminine brown woman.
Is the spread wings of a bat.
I'm never going to get away from these accusations.
No, you will not.
Am I not allowed to like a woman who happens to be brown?
No, you're allowed. You're allowed.
No, but then it's just a race fetish.
And the problem is what?
It's not a race fetish!
Racism, oh no! Big whoop! I like tall white guys with brown hair and glasses. Shoot me. It keeps happening. I don't know why.
Because you
But you know
framed
what?
your entire
Life is a
idea of a good-looking man around me for some bizarre reason. Because you have no other experience in like what makes someone attractive.
Oh wow!
You formed your entire idea of good relationship around me because I'm the only good relationship you've ever had.
Well, you're not wrong. You're just an asshole.
You promised that Gotham would be safe.
Oh, that's quoting Big Lebowski. I'm not actually calling you an
The
asshole.
world see now.
You're not wrong. You're just an asshole.
Blotting out the moonlight, poisoning the saplings you thought could stop me.
Sonic the Hedgehog going around the tube thing.
Now, Dark Knight.
We've got 1 minute before it's 4.5 hours.
Come on, we can do this. We can't do this, but we can do this.
Come on, Speed Racer. You got this. You got this. You got this. You got 40 seconds.
I can do it. 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 Fucking. Oh no! Shit! No, fuck. No, I fucked that one. I fucked that one.
Oh yeah, tall white guy with brown hair and glasses with a great voice. Yes, every
British is sometimes a bonus to you.
You need me to spell it out for you.
Is it a crime? Is it a crime?
He left to save.
It's not a crime.
So start embracing your Joker side.
I'm embracing my Joker side. All right, time. It is 4 hours and 30 minutes. Do you want to start wrapping it up like as soon as you get out of this joint?
Okay,
or...
we'll quit it here.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Just getting back into it. There we go. See, I've got a better score than TK.
Oh, you got a better score than TK. Suck it, TK.
Little bitch.
Screenshot it. Put it on Twitter.
TK's a bitch, the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. Actually, no, we're just for fun. I think we need to do this again before we end. The tradition at this point.
The tradition at this point.
It's a tradition.
Oh, the showcase.
Just need to, just to.
Okay.
Very important. Okay.
Tradition.
Yeah, just having a good look. Like, look at these details, right? That's so amazing, so interesting. So fascinating details here. Just really look at them. It's really well crafted. All the skin textures. That fabric, man, it's so detailed. Yeah. Same with this one as well. The classic Harley skin. Wow, it's so beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, wrong button.
That was fate right there. Fate said, nah.
Harley, where are you? Oh, down here. See, again, look at the detail in this. Look, all this fabric, wonderfully, like got all these like nice normal maps on there. Like it's just a lot of really detailed fabric. Right here in this specific area, there's a lot of fabric that's really well made. Just look at that. Look at that fabric.
That does not look
at the wonderful specular light glistening off that.
Specular light. Oh, okay. Spectacular light, more like.
Yeah, all this spectacular light, right here. Right, like I think that this is some really a good angle. It really displays the craftsmanship of this.
Yep. You done?
No.
No.
Look at the craftsmanship on her lips.
Oh, very, very craftsmanship. Very.
Yeah, looks great.
That's actually a nice shade of lip. I wonder what kind of lipstick she's got. Clown lipstick, I bet.
The eyes are a little weird to me though.
Because they're like a glowy kind of blue.
Do your Harley Quinn voice.
Nobody beats my Mr. J.
Anyway. Alright, you wanna play us out?
All right, thank you, Chad, for always being best, Chad. As always, thank you. Bye.
Play us out. What does that mean? What does it mean? Damn it! What's it mean? Damn thing sucks. Fuck it. Do it live. Stream it? No, stream's still not ended. You ended yet? Nope, still live. Okay, look, I pressed end stream, but it's just perpetually loading.
Uh-oh.
It's just circling forever. Gonna end.